himself a crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Whoa!
Tornado.
After you, John.
Right up there on that screen.
No, after you.
No, I was just excited. I just, whoa! Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. You can tell that this is the first, storm outbreak of the spring.
Sure.
Because
why is my mic so hot?
Because all of the local TV stations are going wall to wall.
Yeah, it's early. It hasn't even gotten here yet.
There is no warning in Omaha.
It's already here.
This is like week 0 for like high school football.
We're just really
where
pumped.
they bring out everybody. We're going
Yes.
to Beatrice. We're
Yes.
going to Ashland.
Yes.
We're going here.
Yes.
We gotta get
and
it all.
And then by like week 2, it's like the same type of outbreak. It's just like, we'll just put a crawl and we'll just move
it's
on.
kind of like when you become a dad, right? Like you're so pumped for the first child and all the things they do, and the second one doesn't. You're like, who cares?
Yeah, I can relate.
Shout out.
Being the second one.
I'm the oldest. My
Oh.
parents loved everything I did.
Being the oldest is the best.
Suck on that, Caleb.
Except when you get old.
I was lucky though because I was a middle child raised by middle children.
Wow.
And so they kind of like I was treated a little. I still got a lot of the middle child treatment. Like there's still a lot of the stereotypical middle child things I went through. But because they went through the full middle child treatment, at times would make a point.
Sounds like a good lyric to like a metal song.
I'm a middle child, raise my middle children.
No, it'd be that's not great lyrics.
Where are you?
I'm the middle child of a middle child. That's
John
what
went
it is.
80s, you went emo.
I'm a middle
Well,
child.
metal is 80s.
Where
and
are
90s.
you? And I'm so sorry.
There's not really metal anymore.
I cannot sleep. I cannot breathe tonight.
Is there?
Yeah.
Me and Garrett Nelson sung that song.
It's not
together
very
at the bar
it's
the
not
bar.
very mainstream like it was back in the 80s and the 90s.
That's
Where are
true.
you?
I'm the middle child of a middle
I
child.
remember when that album came out.
It was Garrett Nelson and I
03.
versus Ashton Hausman and
Ashton Hausman?
yeah, not
Ernest.
not
Are you
Ernest.
laughing at Moorhead?
There was Ashton or Cooper Hausman. Was it
I have
Cooper?
no idea.
I don't know. It was like two guys who never played.
Whatever happened to
We
Ernest?
played.
I think he
Mish-
joined the military. At one point, Ernest went to prison. What else did Ernest do, John?
Wow. What a reference.
By the way, the
Wow.
This is
Okay.
Great crossover.
I thought you were all over the place.
Anybody.
they're
We're
tracking,
like a Scott Frost run organization. Everybody's goes left, right, and center.
Bill's tracking the tornado right now that's over in southwest Iowa, and it's headed straight for Moorhead. And on another real note,
Diana Rossini.
I love it when I
Here's
get
the
to,
pitch.
when
Hey,
I-
Michael Rossini. What a child's name.
when I get to break the news of any life event to John.
Yeah.
It makes me so happy. I go, man, this Vrabel stuff is crazy. And he goes, what? And I said, because he knew about
I knew about the stuff this
I'm
morning.
going
that
to counseling.
I'm going to go to counseling, and
But
I'm
I
going
got
to
to
miss
tell-
a day of
I
the
got
draft.
to tell him about the newest thing.
Yeah, I was at lunch and did not hear about the new.
Did you hear about what
Yeah.
Josh and I did today?
Yeah. Well, I heard that
Did
you
you
talking about
interlock fingers?
the end of your show.
No. In the middle of the show, I pretended to be like what it would be like with Vrabel and counseling.
Yeah. Was it
And
funny?
I was like, one second, honey. No. We can pick that guy. Like do that. And then Josh started screaming, like things you would scream in counseling. And then it turned into like a bit. And then we had to press the dump button.
Oh wow. Nice.
Wow, you had to dump the button on yourself.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that bit got out of control.
The counseling story is
It was great.
the counseling thing is among the most ridiculous parts of this entire story, and that he will only miss the third day of the draft for it.
Okay.
If it was that important, he'd be there right now. Also, what is the counseling that he is attending?
That's what I was asking. It
Yeah,
was like it was
especially-
just counseling.
And
you know?
and it's and listen, I mean, counseling is counseling, but usually, does that happen on a
Is it?
Saturday?
Aren't they closed?
Great question. Again, yeah, where does he go? Is this therapy or is this like a rehab type situation? What is counseling?
Is
what does
it
that even
couples
mean?
counseling? Is it
Yeah.
like a marriage
As
counseling?
someone who's
I'm
gone
guessing
to-
I'm
goes
guessing it's a couple.
to go to therapy. Yeah, I mean, you could probably go on the weekend, but it might cost a little extra money. I mean, he's a millionaire. He'll be just fine. Very strange.
Well, he was a millionaire. He may not be much longer.
Here's
Awkward.
He might have to share a little bit more of it.
Awkward.
Here's my one thing. There are things called PR class that you take in college. Like there are people at the College of Journalism in Nebraska who want to be PR people, and they have classes where you literally deal with crisis management.
Yeah.
This has been one of the worst showings of crisis management from the New England Patriots I've seen in quite some time.
Everybody has failed
Like,
this from the jump.
Yeah.
From like dating back to the Tuesday statement of "this is laughable"
Yeah.
What's laughable now?
is we
Well,
got a picture
I mean,
from 2020.
laughable.
We've been getting good laughs out of it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you want to talk about a failure from all parties involved.
It's ridiculous. And also, too, here's all they had to do. This is so simple. You have him do the draft, right? You have him do the draft all 3 days. Then he actually goes to counseling on Monday through Wednesday, and you don't tell anybody about it, but you have him do it. And then when he goes up to the podium on May 27th, because that's the next time he's going to talk if they don't make a pick tonight, do you know what he says? Look, this is the last time I'll talk about it, but, just to reveal some personal stuff, I went to counseling, and, these are the things that I did. And, once again, it's not to get too deep into it, but I always tell my guys this, that, and the other, I'm remorseful, but I'm a better man now. That's all you have to do.
Yep.
That's all you had to do.
Yep.
Just say he went after the draft.
Right.
He's going to counseling and not going to be there when they have several picks on day 3, and he's going to have no input on what they might do in the moment.
It's all very ridiculous.
Well, it's all very contrived.
Yes.
Because if it was truly that important, he
would be gone right now.
He would be gone right now.
Yeah, we got to make the 32nd pick first, and then I'll go.
Sad Husker fan says this is blown way out of proportion. I feel like Sad Husker fan, every time this comes up, he's like, I don't care about this story. I'm sorry, bro. This is an interesting thing.
That's great. Neither does ESPN because they've been avoiding it like the plague for the most part.
It's very awkward to talk about, but we're happy to do so.
But here's the thing. Now ESPN's really going to be interested because the latest stuff happened when she was still at
ESPN. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
I just don't understand how you can't be interested in the idea that a sitting head coach of a team that just went to a Super Bowl was having, there's evidence, pretty damning evidence that he was having an inappropriate relationship with somebody
for years
who was a very, very high-ranking insider,
very prominent,
connected reporter.
Dude, I think
covers that. I mean, it's one thing if he's having just an affair, period.
Yeah.
But the fact that the person he was having the affair with is someone who reports on the league and does so in a way where it's her job to break stories and get inside information.
But it's not even that, John. There's a great story from Tom Pelissero where he talked about one time he overslept. All right. And there was a piece of information about an extension that he was going to be given. And he overslept and he missed it. And when he got up, he was in a panic. And they're like, hey, don't worry. We held it for you. We held the information for you. Here it is. You can go ahead and tweet it. And the team did him that favor. You think the team did that for Tom Pelissero because they just like Tom, because Tom's great to drink with? No, Tom probably gave them a piece of information, and probably relayed something to them about the league.
Sure.
That allowed them to be like, all right, Tom, because now we know the Cardinals might be doing this. We are going to give you this and we'll let you report it. Rossini's doing, they don't just give information to give information.
No.
So what is potentially she telling other teams about the Patriots? That might lead them off
them.
Yeah,
right.
That might lead them off the set, or the Titans, right? What is she telling teams about the Titans, or maybe doing favors for the Titans in terms of leading people off the scent to what they're doing? That's a major conflict of interest.
Of course,
major conflict of interest.
Of course, it is. That's why it's important.
That's why it's massively important.
And sure, does the salacious part of it make it more interesting? Of course. But it is important, especially given the fact that this is a guy who just took the Patriots to the Super Bowl.
Correct.
And did so much, 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 much quicker than anybody would. Not saying that this had anything to do with them getting there, but it's just the notion of he's now more prominent than ever before.
I want to ask you this question.
Okay.
Because I know your answer. I want to ask you this question. Do you, when I ask you, do you think Mike Vrabel will be coaching on the sidelines in week 1 of the 2026 NFL season? What percentage?
I still think he will.
Okay. Has it gone down?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, because now it is actually affecting his job. Like this story is now actually affecting.
It's a great
his job,
point.
you know, where because I really thought, and I know that one of the criticisms throughout this entire situation has been like, why are we, you know, ripping on her and not really on him? I would say that tune has changed with him.
Oh,
Because first of all, his press conference on Tuesday was ridiculous.
It was laughable.
He talked
Yeah.
for 2.5 minutes about nothing. He just went in circles.
Yep.
And now that their crisis management idea is go to counseling again. What does that mean? What did you do wrong? Because that's the question. What did you do? What
Right.
did you do? We still don't know what he did wrong.
Right.
You're going to counseling, but only day 3. Like that's ridiculous. You're acting like a ridiculous human being right now. And
Because-
so it's actually affecting his work.
because here's the thing. With counseling, it's not just this isn't like, you know, when you go to stop class for a speeding ticket where it's 1 day, 4 hours, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
This is a long-term process when it comes to healing in situations like this.
A lot of wounds.
This isn't a deal where, yep, gonna go on Saturday, and then after that,
We're all good.
we're all good.
Yeah.
No. This is a longer, more drawn out process.
I mean, this is
100%.
something that is going to last with them for their entire careers.
Sure.
This is
Well,
I mean,
and-
what kind of career does she even have now?
Well, and yeah,
It's
that's the
getting
other
worse
part.
by the
not
second.
not the professional one.
Yeah.
But I mean, like not the one that does it. Diana Rossini will have a job in media, but her chances of getting a job in media would probably be closer to the range of like the bar stools and like
Yeah.
the like non
Yeah.
like not the NBCs or the ESPNs.
No, she'll never
or the
work at one of
Athletic.
those
Yeah.
places.
No.
The legacies she's done.
She's toast.
You know, you said earlier, you know, the tone has changed in terms of, you know, blaming her versus blaming him. I mean, they're both obviously at fault. They both need something to happen, and she's already had it, right? She's been fired.
Yeah, she's done. No, she
She's-
quit.
or she's quit.
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
But she was
probably
gonna be
get
fired.
fired. Yeah.
She's a pariah now.
Yeah.
You know, won't be able to get a job, at least in the same sense of what she was doing before.
Legacy, like Matt said.
The now the Vrabel side of it, it used to be in the past. Oh, I had a boy, coach. Hey, you're getting a little outside. You know, boys will be boys. That stuff doesn't fly anymore.
No.
And again, because of the nature of the relationship and what she does for a job and what if you're Bob Kraft, if you're in that organization, but if you're being responsible, you got to take
if he's trying to
you've
turn
got to
over a
take
new
a
leaf.
very wary eye at this and saying, wait a minute, what kind? Because remember,
What kind of
Bob Kraft
decision-making?
has already been through a little bit of drama in regards to inner workings of the organization, right? And so one of the things I'm guessing he was glad to be rid of when Belichick left was, hey, now you know things are back in the fold. Now you've got a coach who's out there sharing information
But
doing things like this. And so you have to look at it. If you're Bob
Yeah.
Kraft, you've got to wonder, man, where is my coach's head right now?
but that's
Talking about the one on his shoulders.
But but that's the thing. Like, okay, so Josh makes the hey, you know, I had it like Bob Kraft goes, hey, I had a boy, whatever, like the joke, right?
Yep.
But I would actually offer that might be a reason why this situation has been handled so poorly. Like, I think Bob Kraft,
Because it's Bob Kraft?
because he's kind of like, you know what, Mike, I did something like that, and everybody forgot about it. You know,
Well,
and
but-
it wasn't that big of a deal. And, you know, it's not, you know, it's whatever.
Now the difference is, you know, with the whole, you know, massage thing,
Yeah.
he was a widower at that point.
No. I'm not saying from a
So he wasn't cheating on anybody.
No,
He was
but-
just, you know,
but he had one of those types of scandals
Yes,
where he
yes.
was just
He had a
like,
sexual scandal.
you know,
Yes.
and he's just like, yeah, people, you know, okay, you got to figure that out with your family, but it doesn't affect us.
Yeah.
Now they're at the point where they haven't, the Patriots have not treated this seriously enough. And if the,
No.
the
Dude,
if-
nobody has.
but
Nobody
if the Patriots aren't treating it seriously enough, who is that command coming from?
Yeah.
Right. It's Robert Kraft. He's
Sure.
the,
Well, I
if they want to treat it more seriously,
Oh,
he'd be
sure.
the one who'd be like, all right, MFer, you're going to do this.
Right.
You're going to do that. You're going to do this. Here's how we're handling it.
But here's the
they've been
thing.
so lazy and laissez-faire with it.
oh, sure.
And it's coming from, you know, he's the one in control of it all.
But so here's the thing that I was thinking of on my driving to work today. I was thinking about Diana Rossini's friends. And I guess we could throw Vrabel's friends into this too. Because when this story
you
drops,
mean the ones that were there?
the ones that were there, the ones that were purported
There.
to be there. So this story drops, and I have to imagine that some people reached out to her, and her immediate response was, fake. This isn't real. This isn't real. Like, you got to trust me. This isn't real. I wonder what those people are thinking today. because they had somebody close to them in theory. And again, I'm projecting right now a situation that I don't know for sure if she was lying to her friends, but I'm guessing she did. She certainly lied to her boss. And to go back to the Patriots question that you just asked, I'm guessing Vrabel probably lied to his boss as well. And so if that is the case, I mean, that is something that you have to overcome, that this person just straight up lied to you.
Yeah. You know what was really interesting that I thought right away? When you go back and you read the original releases from these two, right?
You said the word earlier, laughable. That's the word you used.
But here's a key detail in all of this. Rossini makes a statement. She says this is ridiculous. The Athletic makes a statement backing Rossini.
Mm-hmm.
Vrabel makes a statement,
and that's the laughable.
But that's the one that's laughable.
But the Patriots didn't say anything.
But the Patriots didn't say anything.
No.
The Patriots made no comment.
None.
So I wonder, you say, Vrabel might have lied to Kraft. He might have just not said anything at all. He might not have communicated to them at all and just said, no, I'm going to speak for myself. This is crazy. It was always interesting to me that the Athletic backed Rossini, but the Patriots never backed Vrabel.
So just to defend the Patriots for a moment, and I think this goes back to the original story, I understand why they wouldn't have even had a thought on it because, again, is this even affecting his job?
But I think I agree with you. I think it's the Patriots, if we're looking at it all from the statements that were originally made, they're not the one that's backing the liar. They're the ones, we don't have any comment. I just always found it interesting.
Yeah,
that Vrabel went ahead of of the Patriots, or the Patriots weren't willing to back him. Like that was always weird to me.
Well, I wonder, did the post reach out to the Patriots?
So they said in the article, there was an article that was like, here are the statements, and said the Pats had no comment.
Okay, Pats had no comment.
So that was a part in the Pats had no statement.
Yeah.
So,
because again, to go back to the original idea of this story, I don't really, at the time, I was like, yeah, this isn't really going to affect the Patriots. It will affect his personal life, Vrabel's personal life, but I was like, it won't affect them. But now it is. It's affecting them. Because again, and I just saw a Pat spokesman said that he indeed will be involved in the first 2 days of the draft. Did you see the other part of this story, John? Let me read the tweet directly because it's pretty funny. All right, here we go. This is from Mark Daniels, who covers the Patriots for Mass Live. Mike Vrabel is scheduled to speak to the media tonight if the Patriots make a pick. In the event they trade out, Elliott Wolf is scheduled to talk Friday and then on Saturday. If the Patriots trade out, Vrabel isn't on the media schedule until May 27th. So, you wonder.
And when do the Patriots pick?
They are, I have to imagine they're 31, right?
Are they 31? I didn't know if they had traded their pick earlier or whatever, but
I think there might be. No, they're 31 because the Dolphins are 30.
Now, are the Patriots moving heaven and earth to try to move out of that spot?
Seriously,
so that Vrabel doesn't have to speak.
But then
is Vrabel in the back saying, guys, I really think we should trade pick 31 and move back to the third round.
Okay, they pick 31.
But the thing is, though, is that then that does affect the job. That literally does affect the job.
Yes, it does. I know.
What if they want to take a guy at 31?
If he's afraid to speak tonight, and so they're like, let's just get out of this, then again, it is affecting his job in a lot of ways.
Right? Yeah, because what if they have a guy that they want to take at 31, but they're like, well, we can't have him speak, so we got to go to 35.
Do you think he'll be on their sidelines week 1?
I don't know, man. Can I say 50-50? I want to say 50.
So you think it's that close now that there's a world where
this is bad.
Yeah,
this is really bad. And you know what? Here's the funny thing. As the days move on, and I said this, so this happened on a Tuesday, and 3 days later on a Friday, Josh and I talked about it again. And no news came out. She hadn't been suspended yet. She didn't get fired.
Yeah, that was all the next week.
We just talked about it on the Friday. And I talked on the Friday because I was like, guys, we're still talking about this. We're still making memes. We're still finding tweets. We're still posting. This isn't going away.
And now it's getting worse.
And now, so now as a new picture came out today, what's going to stop from new things coming out day after day after day? And then, you got to start asking yourself, are there other inappropriate relations that they both might be having, because they're, this is just one instance.
Now, it's worse today to all of us. But my question is this, because if you're truly coming clean, these last pictures came out, the first pictures came out, and if you're truly coming clean, how much are you just copping to those pictures and it was a one-time deal?
Yeah, but I'll say this.
Or when you came clean, it was, this actually goes back.
Are you talking about
so in other words,
to the team?
So to the team, to his family, to everybody. is when you came clean, how far back did you go? Did you try to pass this off as a one-time deal, the stuff that happened in Arizona recently, or did you include everything? So in other words, how much does
how much do the people know?
Is the stuff coming out today already known to all the major principals?
Because if it was, then
because if it was,
it doesn't land as harsh.
It doesn't land as harsh, but yeah, but you still have to deal, which then makes you go back and question, depending on what everybody knew, how this was handled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and so the fact that the Patriots didn't say anything,
they
assuming that all of this stuff that has come out today was already known to them.
Yeah. I think it's a great
I think
it's a great point. The thing though is that you can only assume what the court of public opinion will be. And we have seen instances where a team or a franchise or even a school makes a decision, and then that decision is processed by the public, and then they go back on the decision.
By the way, are you saying you think he's going to be fired? Because Kenneth says no way they fire him. Said Oscar fan, no way they fire him. I wouldn't view this as they fire him. It would be more of a, I'm going to take some time off and I'm going to leave the organization because I don't feel like I can do the best job that I need to do right now.
Right.
If you are right and it's 50-50, I don't think Kraft will fire him though.
Yeah, I don't. I just think that this is just
it would be a resignation.
Massive storm, and you have to think from the fact of here's the man who's supposed to be telling your team don't bring outside distractions to your team, and then now he is the ultimate sideline distraction now. Because let's say he goes back on the sideline, and we have the camera on him. What is the first thought next season going to be every time he's on the camera? It's going to be, Mike Vrabel, good coach, questionable person,
right?
And you also, and now once again, it's Bob Kraft, so maybe he doesn't care. But like the head coach, especially in the NFL, is supposed to be the face of your football team, one of the faces of your football
especially
team.
For this franchise, who outside of Drake May doesn't have a face. This is not a team with a lot of famous players. So Vrabel is very much the forward face.
I've never thought about this until I started listening to you guys about like the marketability of football sometimes, where it's like the fact that like the faces of the players are covered up by helmets.
Mm-hmm.
So you have some awesome football players who can walk out on the street and no one knows who they are because they're covered by a helmet. The one figure in football that is prominent, that's not wearing a mask, is the coach.
Yep. For sure.
And now they got it. I'm just saying, like, I think as this boils, like it's not dying anytime soon, and the storm continues to pick up.
And now you talk about the face of the franchise. Now, for a lot of people who weren't, even those who watched the Super Bowl, who weren't familiar with who this Vrabel guy is, now all of a sudden, not only is he the face of the program, he is the face of, he's that guy.
Your family members who may not know football now know Mike Vrabel.
Now know Mike Vrabel as that guy, not the head coach of the Patriots. He just happens to be the head coach of the Patriots.
That's not good.
No, he's that guy.
Well, the other thing I would add on to this too, and the latest photos I think show this. If there is stuff from 6 years ago that is out there, that means there could be anything in between.
Means it goes back further than that.
And so that means that there is, if this other time was the first time that they had been caught, it was like, wow, that's a pretty crazy story, which it was. But if there are other photos that people are sitting on, which I think we have to now imagine could be the case, that changes the math on this stuff a little bit. So wild.
Yeah.
So wild.
We all think that the second batch or the first batch of photos were private investigator, but where did these come from?
Come on, you don't think if you like, that guy looks like the head coach of the Patriots. Who's that girl he's talking to? I don't know.
See, but the fact that
we're talking 2020. So at that time,
no, but the coach of the Titans. It was like, I'm going to take a picture of it. What if that person was like, that's funny. I took a picture of Mike Vrabel flirting with a girl that one time. Like, oh my God, is that Diana Rossini?
I got a message from a media member earlier today that was like, what in the world was going on where this person's sitting on this thing for 6 years and now is the time to drop it?
Yes.
But it might be one of those things where seriously, it might have been a thing where it's like, I remember I have a picture of that guy like flirting with a girl. Holy crap, it's her.
Yeah, but why would you have that picture? Why would you have that picture saved if you didn't?
Maybe it's just like a wife of a football fan or like a partner of a football fan.
Well, the wild part that I thought of, I mean, sitting on it's crazy. those photos are close. They are right there. I mean, that is a bar. That's a small bar, and probably zoomed in a little bit, but they are. I mean, that bar didn't look very big.
Yeah, it's a small bar. Apparently.
Yeah, it's close.
I
Close
just,
21. RIP.
You want a conspiracy Bill over here?
Yeah,
but like, what if a team now is sitting back and being like, "That's funny." Like, we once got some information from Diana Rossini that was specifically about the Titans. That was,
bet
that was inaccurate or foofy. And we went ahead and we're like, oh, we're not going to move on this, or we're not going to do this because of the information we got from Rossini.
I would
just
imagine.
to find out, she had that relationship with a coach.
I would imagine that once this first story dropped, a lot of organizations were like, let's, what have we done? What have we told her? And now I bet everyone's like, okay, we got to make sure that, what have we said? What's going on? Crazy. What a crazy story.
It is
like the weather today.
It is
like the weather.
Josh and I, this is a good question. Josh and I were trying to come up with the best non-crime scandals since 2020 in sports. Non-crime related scandals. So the one we came up with was
Scott Frost trying to cancel the Oklahoma series.
This is not bigger than Michigan sign stealing.
That was nuts. That happened in the middle of a national championship season.
Yes, that was not as big. This is not as big as that was.
No.
I cannot, though, remember another one. Like,
Well, okay. It's not as, I don't know about that.
Oh, you don't think it's a.
Well, okay, but here's again, I'm trying to think more of the casual sports fan.
Sure. But I don't think there's anything. I don't think you can beat anything that actually affects what goes on the field. Like I don't think it gets bigger than that.
Yeah, but to a lot of people, I don't know.
Maybe this gets more clicks, right? Maybe it gets more clicks.
Sure, it does. Because salacious stuff usually
goes beyond regular sports.
But in terms of the impact within our sport medium. I would say the Michigan. I think the Michigan sign stealing scandal it potentially affected the national championship.
Sad Husker fan says
right,
Aaron Hernandez. You're said since 2020. Aaron Hernandez.
I'm saying no crime.
No crime.
Yeah,
no
crime.
crime.
Again, that was before 2020. Anyway.
But I'm trying to think of this outside of the sports bubble because I agree with you. Inside the sports bubble, something that potentially could affect the outcome of games. That's bigger. But in terms of the casual fan,
I think you're right there. Yeah, maybe
that something like this, because of how it happened, the principles involved probably measures more than, those guys, that one team was looking at signs. Oh, didn't I hear about that? Don't they do that?
That sounds
in
like
baseball?
me. Oh, they were looking at signs. Who cares? That's what I said.
Right. So
I don't even know what else would be on the list.
Like, Kawhi Leonard and Aspire.
I was going to say, Chauncey Billups.
And the gambling scandal.
But it's wild. We barely even talk about
There was one that I brought up that I forgot to Josh, but it wasn't. We were like, we dismissed it immediately.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like one, here's an example, like Antonio Brown leaving the sideline. Of like like that's like not a credit.
More funny than anything.
You know?
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where it's just like, it's been a couple of years since we've had something like this.
Certainly like this. Ooh, Chance says Mark Sanchez. That was wild.
Crime.
Rats. Yeah, crime.
That's crime.
That's crime.
That's crime.
I said
Broncos country. That's crime.
I led off with no crime. No crime. I'm not running for a mayoral race in Lincoln. I'm just telling you, no crime allowed.
Unless Chance is suggesting that the butt fumble.
Yeah, but pre-2020.
Oh, that's true.
That was like 2000 what?
12.
No way.
What?
2012.
The one I brought up, Urban Meyer, when he was getting grinded on by that woman at the bar.
That was an interesting.
That was good because his NFL career was pretty much toast after that.
Yeah,
whatever.
But that thing,
it was already
toast.
That's what Josh said. He was like, at that point they were already sick and tired of him.
We were done with him.
And that was a one photo deal. Whereas this has got this has got a little bit more of a paper trail of it goes back several years.
But then he did allegedly kick his own kicker one time at practice, and that was a whole lawsuit.
Now, again, I don't think people are understanding the parameters because they keep naming other things. You said since 2020.
But,
Now, David says Tiger. Yeah, if we're going back to 2000, then Tiger Woods, that certainly was. Obviously, very similar. A handshake meme across generations, Tiger and Mike Vrabel here. A little different in some cases, but very similar in others.
Mustache Adam suggests Michael's video.
Michael's video.
Yeah,
Excellent
no
call.
crime. No crime. Crime was committed, according to fans, because we had been keeping the information from them.
That's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Why didn't you say this stuff while he was the coach? You should be able to give up your access.
Nick, you've been so quiet today.
I don't have any takes on this. This is a very good conversation all of you guys have had.
Wow.
All right.
Pro cheating.
Wow, many
Not
people are
really.
saying Michael's crime was the shirt.
Oh,
a great shirt.
the New Orleans Saints baseball jersey. God.
No, it wasn't the baseball jersey part of it. It was the two-tone
Yeah, the
nature of it.
Ridiculous. A ridiculous
By
outfit.
the way, I just, my first car were those colors, white and tan.
Was
Love that car.
Were Schick and
Amazing.
Nick? Were Schick and Nick still around when that video came out?
Well, they were doing a podcast.
Yeah,
But were
really
they
fun.
on the radio station when?
No, their
when it
show
dropped?
ended in 2012.
How long
Yeah.
ago do you think that
okay.
video came out?
Jeez, my bad.
Yeah.
I have no.
They've
no
been gone
recollection.
for a long, long time. Long time. Wow.
God. I dated myself.
Yeah, you certainly did.
That's all right.
All right.
Well, there you go.
Have a great day, Matt.
Fun times had by all.
Go batten down the hatches.
No, I'm gonna stay here.
I don't understand this.
I have work.
I know, but it seems like you think you're going to like participate in weather coverage or something.
No, I never said that.
It just seemed like every time it comes up, I'm like, yeah, weather, get home. And you're like, no, I'll be here. I got to report.
No, I have to do things.
Okay.
And it's like I'm more likely to do them here at my desk.
All right. Well, good luck with your prep.
Thank you.
Nothing wrong with doing a little work.
I love doing work. I'm just saying
It's an
go home.
assignment. I have an assignment.
Assignment.
Ooh, an assignment.
I know. It's like going all the way back to
Back,
school.
back.
You want me to read you a couple critiques of you before you leave?
Yeah, great.
John Texan,
Yeah.
Titans. What in the hell is that? 402 says, Matt McMaster, if you're going to be on the radio, learn how to pronounce things. Titans, Equitable, Creighton, and who knows how many other things there
Titans. What are we doing?
are. It sounds like there's a D when you say it. Titans.
I'm
Titans, yeah, it
sorry.
does,
I'm,
yeah.
I have a lisp. I'm sorry.
I know.
The
I know.
Titans, tight
I
end.
know.
We need to have you learn from Brian Christopherson. That guy.
I
loses
did
teeth.
that, and then I got made fun of for doing that.
Yeah.
So what do you want from me?
I believe in you, Matt.
At least somebody does.
Yep. And that makes one.
John, you could say something, John. You could say something.
No, I'm just mesmerized by the fact that
John gets distracted by
no,
the TV.
no, I
No.
don't get distracted. It's just I feel for the viewers of the Kelly Clarkson show right now because there's not even an active tornado warning in Omaha, and we got wall-to-wall storm
Hey, but
coverage.
it's in Western Nebraska.
This is like the first day of spring training. This is like
I
pitchers
know,
and catchers
I know.
reporting.
We established that at the beginning
People
of
in
the crossover. But
Diller
someone
care,
out
John.
there wanted to see Kelly Clarkson do a cooking thing with some celebrity
Rachel
chef.
Ray, she's still around.
probably.
Yeah,
I
don't
used
know
to
why
watch Rachel Ray all the time.
Rachel Ray.
I learned how to make chicken marsala from Rachel Ray.
That's your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. Everlevelconcrete.com. We have a grum,
Yes.
weather permitting.
Please.
I think we'll be fine
Okay.
on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, there we are. It's us.
Hello.
It's the Grum. It's draft day.
Oh, we're counting down to it, John. Give me your thoughts on the second pick.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I figured it out.
Who the second pick is in the draft?
No, the producers of Draft Day, the Kevin Costner movie, they knew what they were doing.
Really?
It wasn't so much about we need to make this good movie and make a lot of money off of it. It's we're going to do something that now from here forward will always be referenced.
It's the original SEO.
The what?
Search engine optimization.
That's how you get clicks.
That's how you get clicks.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, you're right. Because when you say it's draft day, then you can, oh yeah, there's that movie. And of course, everyone uses the memes.
I've never even seen the movie, and I think of the movie when I hear the words draft day together.
Like today in the Grum Down, what did I write? As someone who is I've not seen the whole movie. I watched the last 40 minutes of it once.
I've never seen any of Draft Day.
Wow, that's interesting.
I've only seen the last 40 minutes.
Nope.
Seems like something at least one of us would have seen the whole thing of.
Definitely not. It's not a movie for sports fans.
Mm.
It doesn't seem like it, at least.
Well, I mean, it
seems ridiculous.
It's a romantic thing or whatever.
Whoa.
Oh,
Well,
is it?
I mean, it's got a love.
It is for sports
Well,
fans.
it's got a love story.
I didn't realize that. I thought. I guess I should have assumed.
Yeah.
You know what they say, Josh? How can you not be romantic about football?
They do say that. God, I love football.
But as I typed on the Grum Down, it came natural. Draft Day. No, it's not the Costner movie. But they knew what they were doing.
Sure.
They knew what they were doing.
Trent says you don't need to see it, Josh. Good. I don't plan on it. The only reason I'd watch it is if Nick or John picked it in movie club.
Then Chant says it sounds like the whole Grum has been draft dodging.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I don't think you really need to. After watching the last 40 minutes, it's not like I really felt like I missed anything.
Good. I won't watch
from
it
the
then.
first hour and
Don't
20.
pick it.
Don't plan
Maybe
on
now
it.
I
send you
will.
the movie club stuff.
Now
I
I'll
realize.
pick it even harder.
Don't plan on it.
Nick
Not
does
at
like
this point.
trolling us with the movie club.
We will have some draft day predictions.
Awesome.
Fernando Mendoza. Next question.
That's why I said pick number 2, Nick.
What if he is pick number 2?
Fernando Mendoza.
Just as a little goof.
That would be awesome because every mock would be wrong.
Every mock would be wrong.
Everybody
and
would have to scramble to redo their boards last minute for the chaos. I want that.
Also, there would be giant fires in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it won't happen.
From angry Raider fans.
It won't happen, but it'd be pretty
You
cool.
could just say Raider fans. You don't need to put the word angry in front of that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Though I don't know if they're as angry as they used to be. You know, you take them out of Oakland, you kind of rip their soul out.
Correct.
You know,
Yeah, they're not angry anymore.
Vegas folks are like, cool, whatever. I'll just go to the casino.
They love the Golden Knights. Las Vegas cares more about their homegrown teams than their
Absolutely.
They actually do.
Of course, yeah, because
And
they're
that's
actually
understandable,
theirs.
yeah.
The Raiders are transplant.
And
Makes
there
sense.
wasn't.
They're going to hate the A's.
You know, football.
It's gonna be too hot for
It's
baseball.
it's the same dynamic that happened in Los Angeles, which is why it's taken a little more time for the Rams to get reestablished. Is you had a market that had first you have all of these transplanted folks, whether they be vacationers or citizens, who brought their favorite teams with them.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to Vegas, during an NFL weekend, and you
You've been
see
to
jerseys of every freaking team.
Yep,
every freaking team.
Yeah,
So it doesn't have that, oh, yeah, Vegas is behind the Raiders.
Correct. It's not like walking
Sort of.
around, Dallas or Philadelphia or something like that, where you're only going to see those jerseys.
Did Matt Rule have anything illuminating to say?
Ooh, topic alert.
Did he swallow a flashlight?
I listened to the whole interview, all 53 minutes. Thank God for double speed.
So he answered 5 questions.
No, Nick.
It was 6.
It was about 10. It wasn't that many.
The Jays outlast the Mavs last night.
Oh, baseball.
Yeah, I could tell the game was kind of getting to Connor there at the end.
Yeah.
The last few innings kind of took a while because, there's a lot of walks, a lot of runs.
Yeah, I don't like when that happens.
I'm repurposing as the dumbass stupid term.
Well, dumbass stupid used to be conference realignment.
Yeah, now I think it could just be encompassing a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Expansion?
We got, conference realignment, expansion, 5 for 5.
Out on 5
NIL
for 5.
lawsuits.
Out on NIL. Wow. All right.
Kind of out on NIL lawsuits.
Kind of out on everything, I think, these days. But not out on Robin Washit.
No.
A
never.
fine friend of the Grub.
No, I did not, and I did not do that intentionally, putting dumbass stupid and then
Yeah,
having Robin
look, it
Washit
looks
right
like you're
below.
saying
That
dumbass
was
stupid
rude,
Robin
John.
Washit.
He's our one guest today.
I hope
Why are you
that they
trying to
have
run
a
him away?
Terrible draft.
He is a Giants fan.
Draft Ty Simpson. Do it. Do it. Do it. It'd be funny.
It would be funny. The Mets win.
I know. So disappointed. I woke up and saw that news today, and I was
The
like,
Mets
bummer.
win.
I was so sad about that.
The Rockies beat the
Incredible.
Padres. That was cool.
I'm happy for you, Nick.
How much mediocre would a 24-team college football playoff have?
A lot.
Quite a bit. I've done the research.
Also, isn't it wild that Nebraska would only have one appearance this century, or I guess since Bo Pelini in the playoff of 24 teams?
Oh my God.
I guess not since Bo, but
Really?
in 2016, that team, after they got boat raced by Iowa, never mind, they were unranked. They wouldn't have even made the playoff.
Huh.
So I think since let's say since Eric Crouch, so starting in 2002,
Mhm.
I think the 2003, the
Mhm.
2009,
Mhm.
2010,
Mhm.
and then for sure the 12 team would have, like, that's it though.
Didn't 11?
And probably 11. So maybe
Yeah,
5
11.
teams, and that's it. That's the list. Certainly none in the last decade.
Yikes.
Yeah, you got to get them better. Nebraska, you got to get better.
And are we sure COVID didn't start in a bar in Tribeca?
Oh man. Whoa. That is of the things about the latest photo. My favorite part of it is finding out that it happened in the early hours of March 11th, 2020.
Is this now the most funny thing to happen on March 11th, 2020?
Well, yeah, because everything else was kind of sad.
Uh-huh.
I mean, number one funny rankings of March 11th, 2020, in my opinion, was Rudy Gobert. That was the funniest thing because it was like this sick, twisted, do you know this story? So Rudy Gobert plays in the NBA, had a press conference, and he was like, ha, 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 COVID, run to all the reporter microphones, and then he tested positive for COVID.
Oh, no.
And so it was like, wow, that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
So that, I would say that was number one. Everything else, Fred Hoiberg, that was
Well, it wasn't funny.
funny in a sick and twisted way as he coughed up, lots of things, but he
John-
didn't have COVID.
John being trapped in New York.
That wasn't funny.
No.
That was
I wasn't trapped. I mean, I was there and then we got out.
Yeah. So yeah, this is now the funniest thing that happened on March 11th, 2020.
Wow.
Yep.
My younger brother turned 29 that day. Happy birthday, Caleb.
Thanks a lot. You know what? We should be thanking Diana Rossini and
We're
Mike
thanking them.
Vrabel
What did they do?
for bringing us humor
Oh,
from
thank
what
God.
was a humorless day.
That's true. That day sucked.
Yeah.
That was a really sad day.
Well, it was more the night.
Well, the day.
Oh, no, I get it. That's right.
Yeah. I have the tweet earlier.
The day did. Yeah, the whole day did.
So I
suck.
went and found it. There was this tweet from Brian Fisher, and he said a chronological sampling of events from the day that was Wednesday, March 11th. Now, I guess I was wrong. Your game was the 12th. The next day was when it was just like, see you later. College World Series got
Everything
canceled. Like
died.
everything got canceled.
Yeah.
Like we were on the air and it was like no College World Series.
So this
March 11th, though, is basically when it was like, there won't be fans at games anymore. We're shutting down stuff. So I guess it wasn't as bad as I remember. Oh, that was the day Tom Hanks tested positive for COVID. Him and his wife were in
Well,
Australia.
yeah, all
I
of
think
that-
that's when I
all
got
of that-
the email when I was
all
still
that
part-time.
stuff. All that stuff came down in the evening.
Yep. Yes. Yeah. Basically, it's
Sure,
like
while
the
I was
morning and early
watching-
afternoon is like kind of normal. And then it's NCAA advises no fans. NCAA tournament will be played without fans. Italy shuts down commercial activity. Blah blah blah. And then it was all of that stuff. ACC closes. Ryan.
So God, I could have, if I would have been, more ambitious, I could have been out on the town. I could have been
one final night, John.
I could have been the one to take those pictures.
You got to respect them. The world is about to end. Dates are basically about to be canceled. Why not get one last one in? My now wife and I, we went out on our anniversary dinner on the 10th. And for a while, we were like, wow, isn't it cool that we went out for like one more date before we couldn't go on dates anymore?
You know the last thing I did before everything shut down?
Worked at Home Depot.
Worked a remote.
Nick, what a great way to go out.
It was great. And then I got an email that said, hey, we don't need you for the foreseeable future. There's nothing happening.
I went out to a deli for a pastrami sandwich. I could have been out there at the bar with Rossini and
Vrabel.
I
wonder who filled in for you that week on like March the 9th or 10th. I wonder who it was.
I don't know.
I should go find my notes.
I don't remember. Anyway, that's the
there you go. That's
Grum down.
That's the Grum Down. The email address is our John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personal and answer the phone on the first ring. There's also the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Hell yes.
At USC 1620. We need I want a real truck horn.
Okay.
Because that honk, that is a signal for something else. We need a real truck horn.
I mean, that was originally for Monken specifically.
Yeah, and then that is turned into the Creighton drop. Like whenever Happer is being a Jays homer, they play honk honk.
Oh, do they?
Oh yeah, they play that all the time.
It's our drop.
Yeah, it's theirs now. So yeah, I think we need
all right, I'll delete it.
You don't
No, don't delete it.
It's done.
Why do you delete
No, you don't have to
things?
delete it. We can use it. I mean, when Josh is honking for the Cowboys.
Go Cowboys. Caleb Downs.
Honk, honk. Why do you wish such ill on the young man?
No, I wish.
Don't you want him to have success in his life?
He could with Dallas. Christian Parker in New DC. He could. It could happen. John, you never know.
Yeah, I want a real truck horn for the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Ain't nothing better than a real truck horn.
Yep.
And if you want to pick up the phone and call somebody, 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
So I found my prep sheet from March 10th. I have no idea who filled in, but I did have this topic for whomever that person was. Have you started wondering at all what this is going to mean for sports and for your job? I bet it was Schaefer. That was the topic. What will this mean for sports? Who knew that in 48 hours, we wouldn't have sports?
We wouldn't have sports.
Wow.
And the first thing we got back was NASCAR.
Yeah. Wow. I forgot about that. I thought baseball was the first thing.
Actually, well.
Golf. Did we get golf? Besides like the sports overseas.
Well, the first thing we got back was video NASCAR. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Remember
the iRacing.
They did the iRacing.
Wow.
Unironically, COVID was really good for sim racing because it exploded after that.
Oh, I know.
It looks like
thing now.
Looks like on Friday of that week, we did a topic of maybe shows that people could watch on streaming services. So I wrote down Netflix comedies and dramas and HBO and Hulu. Wow, those early days. Thank God everything's great now.
I had a great idea. Stibbs was going to do it in the production. When every time we did a coronavirus update, he was going to do my corona.
But our boss told us not to. He said it's too serious.
My corona.
Nick, should we bring that back for any COVID updates?
COVID update.
Sure, why not?
All right, perfect.
It's funny now. We can all sit back and laugh.
Oh yeah, it's done. We killed COVID.
We
cured COVID.
Well, we didn't cure it necessarily, but it's not as.
It's like CTE. We just don't talk about it anymore.
Well, it's not a
pandemic anymore. Yeah, it's not. It's neither of those things.
Neither of them things.
Yeah,
it's just a demic.
John says you listen to 53 minutes of rural blathering. You still being among us tells me that your therapist is doing a great job. I don't think I ever talked really about. Well, never mind. I talked about him one time at my therapist. And then LSD Will just says honk for the Huskers. Another COVID thing.
That was another COVID thing, wasn't it?
Great times.
That was another COVID thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good to be here, John.
They could have done it too if they would have built the damn parking garage. Well, maybe they still will.
Look at that porch.
Maybe they still will do the parking
hell
garage
no.
and casino.
No, I don't think so.
They should.
I
If they were
agree.
smart.
I agree.
Makes a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. It could.
So, what did Matt Rule say? What did he say?
I'll tell you.
Josh has takes,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll share mine too.
Okay.
Also, we've got some baseball things. Had a weird play happen last night.
Oh.
I like weird stuff.
Yeah, we know.
And maybe Nebraska will have a new basketball commit by the time Robin Washington
That would
joins
be
us.
nice. Hopefully he's pre-written a story
I
at
thought you were
least.
about to say coach. I'm like, oh no.
No.
What happened?
He is never leaving.
Well, I mean, Fred
I
did
like-
get sick.
I will never
Fred
die.
did get sick
I
that
like
one time.
Fred.
He did. Influenza.
He got sick, and it made Diana Rossini hold hands and kiss with Mike
Mm-hmm.
Vrabel.
At a bar.
Talk about a butterfly effect.
I know.
Damn it, Hoiberg.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it would have been the other way because that happened before Fred got sick.
That's true. It was they were at the bar. They were the butterfly effect.
Yes. So Fred
a
got
reporter
sick.
kisses a coach, and the butterfly flaps its wings, and Fred gets sick. That's what happened.
Unbelievable.
Indeed.
This is 1620 The Zone.
How about this? A fun tweet on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed from our friend Sky, who writes, listening to you over AM radio and the lightning is making it crackle like crazy. Feels like I'm hanging out around a campfire with my buds John, Josh, Grimm, and Union Bank and Trust, sharing takes about the NFL draft. That's what we're going for.
That's what campfires are for.
Yes, they are.
Is that bad out there? Oh, wow, it's dark.
Yeah. Paige says the clouds over in Millard are freaking her out a little.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's all right. Ramby's got the sleeves rolled up. He's got you covered.
Well, you don't say it's
No,
fine. Ramby's got the sleeves rolled up. That doesn't belong in the same sentence.
It'll be fine.
No, but it just means he's on the job and he's watching the skies for you.
It's just a little rain. Just a little rain.
There are no active warnings involving the city of Omaha.
No.
Or its immediate surrounding communities.
And if there is, what happens again to us? I have to be reminded. We only do this, a few times a year. We'll be gone. We'll leave, and suddenly they'll hear Bill. I'm just a Bill.
Sure, but
okay. And we'll be off of YouTube.
Let's hope it doesn't.
No, I agree. I'm just trying to prepare myself.
Well, we can stay on YouTube if we want to get your facial reactions.
Like that?
Yep.
Okay. Perfect.
Facial reactions to things like this. The Bananas and Banger sweepstakes. Let us know what your walk-up song is, and you could win a 4-pack of sweet tickets to see the Savannah Bananas play at Memorial Stadium. Baseball at Memorial Stadium? They've never done that before.
That's where they play football.
It's June 13th. Plus, you get $200 cash and a free duct cleaning, which is a $900 duct. You know how we need to clean the ducts around here sometimes?
Yeah.
From McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air. Yeah. You can enter online at 1620thezone.com.
Awesome.
Powered by McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air. Again, 1620thezone.com.
Plaquette says it started pouring out on 180th a few minutes ago.
Oh.
My wife says it started pouring out where we live right before she got a package inside. And that's not a euphemism.
Congrats on the package.
No, because I'm here right now, Nick.
Well, the good news
is not
the good news
Mike
is
Vrabel discussion.
The good news is the raindrops can't hit a package that small.
Hey, it's so big. It's the biggest package.
So earlier this week, our dear departed ex-zone mates.
I know. I miss them both.
The late Ravi Lula and the late Damon Benning.
They came back from the grave. Matt Rule will only do interviews now with dead people. Yep. It's odd. But hey, you know what? If that's what he likes to do, that's what he likes to do.
He said he was going to lay low a little bit.
That's true.
This is actually laying below ground.
6 feet below ground usually.
But did about an hour-long interview.
Yes.
A couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a variety of different
Lots
things.
of stuff that they talked about. So I wrote down four things that I thought would be interesting for you
These
and me
are
to discuss.
Josh's story to tell.
This is, but it's my story to tell via Heard at Sports Live, David Benning, Robbie Lula. Obviously, we will give them credit for having the interview themselves.
All right.
So I have four things. I will let you choose the first one. We can go money. We can go year 3. We can go stadium. We could go players in the noise. Where do you want to begin?
Well, let's just start with players in the noise.
Players in the noise. So this is the only one that
Daily
I didn't
double.
write down a direct quote from him, but he was talking about he being Matt Rule, Matt Rule, about
Matt Rule.
what his players are reading, and I think it came up in regards to the Minnesota game in particular, and he said like they thought they were going to go in and beat Minnesota by a lot of points, right? Which seems like that was pretty obvious for a lot of people inside the program that week, given. The following Monday, he said that there was an assistant coach who thought that they were also going to beat Minnesota by a lot of points. And he also then talked later in the interview about some of the negative things that his players see and how he's got to do a better job of, basically, I think he wants them to log off. He knows that they are not going to log off. So how do you do a better job of making sure that that type of stuff is not affecting you? It seems like that is something that he is still trying to I don't even know if it's coach out of them, because I don't think you can coach that out of. If you get affected by negative reaction, I think you always will get affected by negative reaction, right? And so
it's. That's a hard cycle to break. It really is.
Very much.
And especially it's a hard cycle to break for folks who are young people 18 to 23 to 37 now.
He joked about it with Damon because they asked him at one point about practices being later in the day. And he said that, some of his players were getting 3 or 4 hours of sleep because they were going and they were scrolling on their phones. And then they were waking up early because of early practice. And then he had a kind of a joke about that, how Damon, you weren't doing that back when you were a player. We weren't doing that back when we were players. And it's true. That's something that is very prevalent. There's all sorts of studies, first of all, about, put your phone away when you're going to sleep. And that's not even what he was trying to say. It was more about the messages that those players are receiving.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get that to go away. I'm with you. I think that especially for, that generation, and I don't even want to pretend like I'm some old guy. I scroll through my mentions, and I know that it's affected me at times. So that's just something that they will continue to deal with, especially given that they were unable to break through last year.
Yeah. Dealing with the negativity, is really, really tough. The difference, going back 30 years, there was negativity around the program, but it was, more the scandalous stuff. And there was more of a defensive mindset of, people are coming after us and we're going to make folks pay. Now, I can't sit here and pretend that, Tommy Frazier, Grant Wistrom, the Peter brothers, Damon, all those guys, if they would have had social media back then, would have been able to handle it, because it's very different. It's very different now when you can get inundated with negativity. And it's directed right at you.
Correct.
Versus, more broad-based, hey, that team is this, or this team is that. This is the kind of stuff that can easily be targeted at specific individuals. And every individual has to be able to handle it in their own way.
Wright Thompson, author, writer for ESPN, one time said, why would I, and he talks like this, why would I have an app on my phone where people can tell me to go F myself and have it in my pocket? And it's when you think about it like that,
it's really,
because that's true.
True.
You open it up, you got people, saying that type of stuff to you.
That is one of the biggest things that Matt Rule and pretty much every coach that has been at Nebraska the last umpteen years has had to deal with, that other previous Nebraska coaches did not. And that is the perception and the negativity that surrounds the program.
Yep. All right, so that was the first thing. All right, where do you want to go next? Money, year 3, or stadium?
Well, let's just go stadium.
Stadium. So they asked him that kind of question of, I think, I'm trying to remember if it was Damon or if it was Robbie, but essentially it was kind of that big picture, what do you think about it? What do you think about this? I thought that he had a very interesting answer, especially when you consider the money component, which we will also talk about in a little bit as well. Matt Rule said on Hurrdat Sports Live, "It really has nothing to do with me, right? Troy Dannon, will be the first one to tell you the stadium we play in has nothing to do with what we're doing. I trust the people I work with, and I trust the people I work for. So whether it's Dr. Gold, whether it's Troy Dannon, whether it's the Board of Regents, they all make the right decisions in terms of what to do. I think the best thing you can do is not get distracted. As I told you earlier, I'm always going to try to fight to get as much money as I can to get the players we need here. That's part of my job, I feel like, is to raise money to have the best roster possible. I get texts from people sometimes, and they're like, oh, what's going on with this recruit? What's going on with that recruit? It's not even recruiting. What are we talking about? It's finances. It's player acquisition. It's free agency. It's the NFL. So that was an answer. And inside of the question, there was the kind of setup of stadium cost, player cost, how all of that stuff works together. So he didn't just go into that area on his own volition. But I find that interesting from the sense of what I posed to you last week when the stadium news first came down. What do we think that he thinks about this and the current state of college athletics, that you do have a stadium that needs all these things, but he is also trying to have a roster that, he feels like they need more money. And I will read you a quote in a few minutes. He feels like he needs more money.
It does sound like he is concerned about the potential of trying to, having too many mouths to feed
Mm-hmm.
and maybe getting a little bit shortchanged. That said, I mean, honestly, he could have said the exact same thing about questions related to, well, hey, I understand that Coach Hoiberg's going to get, more money next year, or, Danny is going to get more money next year. It's the same thing. Anytime Nebraska spends money on something other than football, that's money that potentially could have gone to football.
Which is why he's always fighting for it.
And this is kind of part of the problem that, and this is maybe taking the conversation in a completely different direction, but this is why I believe at some point football is getting so big. It already is enormous, but it's getting so big. I don't see a solution to all of these myriad of problems without actually separating the football from everything else and running it as a separate business.
So then you're not fighting basketball for money.
So that you're not fighting other mouths to feed. It's no different than, spinning off a successful division within a company, saying, hey man, these guys are kicking it and they're doing great. And, we got to spin these guys off so that, these other companies might not be drawing resources that can't be going here because this thing's running so smoothly. I've called it many times the untethering, because that is part of the problem. And it's not just a Nebraska thing. Every school's facing it. Schools that put a lot of resources into women's basketball, schools that put a lot of resources into wrestling, schools that put a lot of resources into baseball.
Yeah.
Those are all dollars that could be going back to the football product.
But like in professional sports, let's just use the Los Angeles Rams. Well, maybe they're a bad example because their owner has other things. Let's just find a team that has one owner and that's his only thing that he does.
Well, Jerry.
Sure, that's a great example. He has, if he doesn't spend money, it's not because, he's got to spend it on the Dallas volleyball team. No.
Smiles and glory holes.
Or his glory holes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hope that he doesn't spend his Cowboys money on that. You should spend it on the Cowboys. Just like with Nebraska, you have to spend it on all sorts of other things. It's a great point. And so that answer, that tells me, I guess I don't know what it tells me. I just don't think that he is as excited as some people are about it.
No.
But maybe I'm reading into things.
But that's also understandable. I mean,
I think so
I don't
too.
know a lot. Now, again, and this is something we'll hear a little bit more tomorrow because Troy Dannon's going to speak after the Board of Regents meeting, do a press conference on the stadium renovations. This is where, again, getting out in front of the message and driving home the point that this is for revenue generation. That, in my opinion, has to be next to how they're going to handle the reseating are the two main things that need to be driven home in the run-up to this project. You've got to hammer that drum that this is important because we're going to make more money out of this, and this is going to help us go out and spend it on players.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have more money to do the things we need to do because the old axiom, you got to spend money to make money. That's what we're doing here. That's why the stadium project's important. And he probably needs to do that within the rank and file as well. It's not just about selling the fans. It's about selling his employees. It's about selling the people in the program. Hey, this is why this is important. Because, you do need to keep your customers happy. But we got a chance to make more money out of this and be better off in the long haul. So I guess we should just go right to the money.
I was going to say, let's go to the other money one. And this was about last year's quote that he had to say in October, November, whenever it was.
Mm-hmm.
When I say we have enough to compete now, guess what those other teams did? They said, oh, they got that? Watch what we do. Boom. And the market changes. My job is very simply to say, hey, how come at Nebraska we can't be first in terms of the output? So there are two things, or two parts, I guess, to this quote that are interesting to me. The second part is something that he has said now numerous times. He calls back to the olden days. He calls back to Nebraska being on the forefront of weight training. He calls back to Nebraska being on the forefront, or at least their use of Prop 48. I'm trying to think of what are the other things That he, I mean, just
Well, I mean, the
facilities in general,
weight training,
yeah.
the training table,
Yes, training table.
academic support.
So he has used that as a, we used to be on the forefront, we are no longer on the forefront. Why can't we do that with money?
Mm-hmm.
But the other part, and this is, I guess, one of the things that I listen to and I do get a little frustrated by, because it did you think that everyone else was going to stand pat? If your goal is we need more, everybody else is also thinking we need more. Why
Sure.
wouldn't everybody think that they
Right.
need more? So I said it last fall, and I know that this frustrated some, but I said, I'm going to take him at his word, and I'm going to judge him and their recruiting off of his word, because that's all we have with somebody. And they didn't do a good enough job, in my opinion. And so the excuse of, well, yeah, then other people spent more, and so they one-upped us. That's not my problem. Then don't say it that way. You know, if your budget goes up 25%, but your competitors go up also 25%, or maybe they even go up 30%, then your budget's really not bigger. I mean, yeah, technically it is, but all you're talking about is
bigger
inflation.
relative to you, but it's
inflation.
not bigger relative to chief rival number one.
Yeah. If you get a 5% raise, but rent goes up 5%, well,
You didn't really get a raise.
Didn't really get a raise. So that part, frustrated me a little bit. And I mean, David said it on that show before. He thinks Nebraska is like 12th in conference in spending. And if that's true, then they're really not keeping up. And again, I also understand why a lot of people are saying, wait and see. Why would I give them money? We got a text just now from John. Nebraska could have a $70 million roster, and with Rhule as head coach, they would still not win 9 games. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. You'd hope not. But certainly, I know that a lot of people are like, why would I give them money? They're not going to be able to do anything with it.
Listen, I'm gonna be fair when it comes to the money conversation. Yeah, do you need money to go out and spend it? Yes. Do you need money for players? Yes. But I'll maintain that whatever the money was for Nebraska the last 2-3 years, they have underachieved
100%.
Because you can't tell me
Minnesota.
You can't tell me that they
or 18 points in the money component worse than Minnesota.
Correct.
Or 24 points worse than Iowa.
Correct.
You cannot tell me that.
No,
they're not.
No,
they're probably ahead of those schools.
The problem is
what are you spending the money on?
Those schools and Illinois, throw them in there too.
Sure, yeah, they've had success.
They've stretched their dollar further. They've stretched whatever dollar they have further than Nebraska has with its. Yeah. And I would dare say that Nebraska's maybe done the opposite.
Well, it's like when
where they've spent $1, but they've gotten back 55 cents.
It's like we talked about recruiting back in the day. Top 25 classes, they're not even achieving that.
No.
That's the baseline. You want to be there.
No.
Good coaching takes you over the top. Finally, year 3. So this is about last year. And I'll be honest, this is the thing that made me laugh the hardest. Matt Rhule says, we went into last year and I wasn't saying it, but everyone else had a lot of expectations. Coach Rhule year 3, Coach Rhule year 3. I just show up and work every day and try to get better and better and better.
Try harder.
I mean, we talked about this all last season.
They were doing it more than the media was.
Rhule was sniffing as much of his own gas as anybody else.
I think
which was surprising to me. I was one of the first people to point this out last offseason was, man, they're actually reselling their own talking points. They're reselling the talking points that everyone's had about them.
Mm-hmm.
Because the year 3 stuff, that started 3 years ago. When this guy was hired, it was, okay, first year, pretty rough. Second year, progress. Third year, that's when they get it going. That was the message from day one from everyone who, talked about the hire. But then last season, Rhule took those same talking points and applied it to himself.
Yeah.
Acknowledging the existence of them and saying, yeah, you know what? This is our year 3. We're on track.
Yep.
I mean, you can go back. There's probably plenty of different shows that he was on last offseason. So,
yeah. Beringer fan, is this where you talk about Minnesota and Iowa have an identity and we don't? Whose fault is that?
Yeah.
Whose fault's that? So, yeah, interesting stuff.
It was. I mean, I'll admit there are times, some of it's my age and diminishing attention span. And also some of it is the fact that he does seem to take a 10-second answer and turn it into a 2-minute spiel.
Yeah.
Where you can kind of glaze over a few things.
For sure.
But those are some interesting points.
Yeah.
and things that are quite fascinating. And yeah, I mean, he's struggling through it right now. He's trying to find his way.
Yep.
And things are not getting easier.
Whopper, real quick says, didn't he initially say year one felt like year two at other places?
Yeah,
he did indeed.
Yes,
He did indeed.
That was true too. Indeed. All right, we will continue with more interesting, weird thing that happened in baseball last night, and another update on Nebraska hosting or regional on 1620 The Zone. Tomorrow here on the Grum, Josh will be out, but Kendall Rogers will be joining me.
He's filling in?
Not for the whole show, just for a segment.
Could you imagine a whole 4 hours of nothing but college baseball talk?
Oh, that sounds like the worst show of all time.
No, you.
But one of the things I will discuss with him, in addition to Nebraska trying to host a playoff game, is the fact that, we've been talking about RPI. DSR is the new kid on the block.
Mm-hmm.
But there's actually a third metric that the committee uses. It's called KPI. You may have heard of KPI. They do basketball. They do all
I've
kinds
heard
of
that.
different
Yeah, for
sports.
sure.
And Mark Etheridge, who works with K-Raj over at D1 Baseball, in a tweet today said 3 seasons ago, the KPI was included as a tool that the committee could use to evaluate teams. However, having a second tool isn't as valuable as having a third, the third being DSR, which has entered the fray. A third rating helps primarily because with 3 evaluations, if 2 are close and 1 isn't, then 1 is an outlier. Over the years, we've seen instances where the RPI didn't reflect a team's actual place in the pecking order. And while no rating system will ever be perfect, I like the opportunity to disprove the RPI being part of the official criteria. So, really what you're looking for is, obviously, if the ratings are pretty close with all 3, it looks good. But if you have 3 rating systems and 2 seem to agree, then you kind of can say, well, maybe this third one isn't quite as fair a judge on this particular team. And so on that note, I looked it up today. Nebraska's 21st in the DSR.
Mm-hmm.
They're 13. I think it was 13 after the Kansas game. They actually went up a spot just by losing.
Losing is good sometimes.
And in the KPI, Nebraska's 17th. So it's all like
I was going to say. So there's
equal.
what is the outlier? Maybe 17 is
there,
where they're actually at.
Exactly.
Split the difference.
You're splitting the difference.
Wow. Okay.
Which makes things a little bit interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll talk more about that, about Nebraska's host opportunities. How about how the rest of the schedule, based on the fact they won't have many great opportunities to beat other top teams.
Can I pose a question for you to ask him?
Sure.
Can you ask him about the regionality component, Nebraska being a
Absolutely.
Midwestern team? I want to know how much that
Absolutely.
does or doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
We can do that. Also, Oregon won last night. They beat Oregon State.
Civil War.
As Kendall wrote, keep an eye on the Ducks from a hosting standpoint.
Okay.
And remember, Oregon did beat Nebraska 2 out of 3. So if it came down, to that, not that it usually does, but just something worth watching.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, we had something very unusual happen in the Mariners game. Logan Gilbert was the pitcher. And what happened last night was, Nick, bring up the video.
And right back to the pitcher, Gilbert able to catch it. Wow.
Well, it caught him, if we're being honest. He hit that ball into the jersey, and what's going to happen is Cortez is going to first, and Langoliers, I believe, will head to second base. I mean, this was a rocket right back at Logan Gilbert.
I've never seen anything like that.
Between 2 buttons.
Yeah.
And ended up lodged inside his jersey.
That's not a catch?
That is not a catch. By the rules of baseball, that it becomes a dead ball. It's a
ground rule double?
It works as a single.
Oh, okay. That's wild.
That is wild.
It is not a catch, even though the ball never touches the ground. But he never caught it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's closed.
As you heard the analyst say, the ball caught him.
Yeah.
I love for as long as baseball has existed that we still get things that have never happened before.
Wait, has that never happened before?
As far as I know.
Well, obviously it has happened to some respect because they wouldn't have had a rule for it. I'm sure it has.
I've never seen it though.
I'm sure it has. I don't remember the last time.
By the way, Patriots have put out a statement.
Oh, they're finally going to speak.
We're going through counseling.
Fully support Mike Vrabel's decision to prioritize his family first as well as his own well-being. Mike
prioritize his family first, except for rounds 1 and 2 and 3 of the draft.
Yeah. Mike has been open with us about his commitment to being the best version of himself for his family, this team, and our fans, and we respect the steps he's taken. Blah, 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 blah. All right, there you go. He will not be present. We'll have somebody else. There you go. But yeah, we respect him to take care of his family, except when he will be in the building on Thursday and Friday.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. More on that to come.
Indeed.
But coming up next, Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com joins us on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Hey there, it's Robin Washington of HuskerOnline.com.
Robin,
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
you got a busy night ahead with 2 draft picks in the top 10 and maybe recruiting news breaking. Hopefully it happens before the draft. Am I right? Or have you already pre-written the story?
Yeah, it'd be nice if just the timing could allow me to just go head first into the draft enjoyment. But at this point, like, you can only have so many consecutive years of top 10 draft picks before they kind of start to lose a little bit of their luster. So I don't know. We'll see. I guess the one caveat is this is the first time Harbaugh has ever picked in the top 10, and he's got a pretty good track record of finding good value. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but you can only go a couple decades in a row of picking in the top 10 every single year before it loses some of its juice.
I think you should go with 2 quarterbacks. I think you go Nussmeier and Simpson. I just throw everybody off the scent.
Yeah, maybe just all rush ins because that's all the Giants want to draft.
Exactly. Exactly.
People forget that the Washington club once drafted 2 quarterbacks in the same draft.
And it worked out
ended
for
up
them.
meeting them both.
Both guys went to the playoffs
Yes,
over their
they
career.
did.
Yeah, you know what? Crazier things have happened. Now, they didn't take them both in the top 10, though, but
No, that is true.
Mm.
Very good point. So how close are we to having to publish a new story?
Ooh.
I would hope soon. The thing is, like, you get told, like, or you hear things about, like, that something's going to happen this afternoon. Well, okay, what does this afternoon mean? Does it mean 11:55? Does it mean 6 o'clock? Like, I don't know. So yes, I as I hinted on social media on the message board, I do expect there to be some portal news popping for Nebraska at some point today. Hopefully sooner than later, like I said, so I can lock in on the draft here. But without giving away too many hints, just out of respect for the player, it's I kind of phrase it as a player that I think fits what Nebraska is looking for with its 3 remaining scholarships or roster spots that they have available. And what they need is front court depth and then back court depth. And so kind of read the tea leaves on that one, and we'll get some official announcement hopefully here within the next hour or so, or maybe hopefully within the next couple hours.
Robin, speaking of open roster spots, John and I are going to spend some time on the 5-for-5 stuff a little bit later on. It seems like this is going to allow players that were seniors to be seniors yet again. So what could this mean for Jamarcus Lawrence potentially returning for one more year to Nebraska?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of the timing of it in terms of, like, when it's going to become official. Like, because these seniors that are sitting there kind of waiting on stuff, like, they only have so much time to sit around and wait before, theoretically, they need to start, like, turning the page to their future pro aspirations, especially guys that are viable draft picks. And so, like, a guy like Jamarcus, he's not going to get drafted, but, like, he's got plans of trying to make a summer league roster and maybe audition for some international pro leagues, and that kind of kicks up in July. And so at some point, like, if they kind of NCAA drags their feet on this again, like, you can only wait around for so much longer. And then from the school perspective, it's kind of the same deal where right now I think everybody's just kind of on pause with adding too many more pieces that weren't already kind of in the works, just because of the unknown of what type of pool of talent potentially could become available in whether it's next month or in a couple months, wherever, because like, if you get that, like, Jamarcus Lawrence is all over the place, and guys that have played high level top level basketball that are going to be back on the market, whether it's returning to their own school or hitting the portal to explore other options. And you've already seen a bunch of guys like Jamarcus, like Kendall Blue did, where they put their name in the portal kind of just in case, just to keep all of their options open. Because, like, you can say, hey, Nebraska, I'm coming back, but as Jamarcus told me, Fred Hoiberg said, like, we'd love to have you back, but, like, until this thing is real, we have to continue to recruit. Like, you're not going to be here, just because they can't get left in the dust. Like, banking their lineup that Jamarcus is going to come back, and then the NCAA just says, we're going to pump this again until next year. Well, then what do? Then you're scrambling just to fill a spot. So I think that this is an all about timing. And I guess the news that came out today that, Charlie Baker, the NCAA president, is looking to potentially get this kind of emergency expedited and get a ruling on it to where like we could have this thing set by next month, like the middle of May. Then you're really starting to talk about guys like Jamarcus Lawrence coming back, because I think the teams would be able to hold off for a few weeks. But if it comes to like holding off for a few months, that's when it gets a little dicey.
Robin Washington of HuskerOnline.com. Let's project out and say that obviously the story that you're hoping to have published later today, that comes
before
true.
the draft.
Where are we looking at, or do we have an idea of where Nebraska is in terms of its NIL budget? How much they've exhausted?
Yeah, I can't pretend to know that just because I don't know what these new guys are making.
Yeah.
Like I've seen a lot of speculation, but it's just guesswork at this point. And I do know that a hefty percentage of it was just retaining the guys they wanted to retain. That was a clear priority for them. And so, Price and Braden and Leo and Kale, Connor Season, those types of guys, commanded a good chunk of this budget. And then they had to go out and get a big, which even if they did get, relative value on Capkey, like that's still expensive. I mean, you're still talking about one of your higher priced guys just because of the nature of the position. And then they had to go get another, I guess higher profile in Sam Orm. So that's a big chunk right there. And then they had to go get a point guard, and those aren't cheap either. So it's unfortunate for Nebraska that not only do they have to pay a lot of guys to come back, but they had to pay some, I guess, higher price tickets at some high commodity positions to address what they were losing. So I think that they're probably, if my guess, they probably don't have a lot more to work with, if I'm just guessing right now, which is why I think with these last three spots, it's all about value and depth. Like I don't see Nebraska going and getting another day one starter center or, a top 10 rated portal shooting guard or anything like that. Like I think you're going to get players that fit particular skill sets and roles within what Nebraska wants to do that, will allow them to get value without having to pay top of the market price.
Robin, how would you grade their ability so far to fill the holes, but also to retain, in particular, Sanford and Frager so far, a couple weeks into the portal experience?
Yeah, that was the big one, getting those two guys back. I mean, Fred made no secret that was their number one priority, and they were able to do that, which is two pretty big dominoes where you're talking about all Big Ten level players coming back. Like that's a significant first step towards the offseason plan. And then getting guys like Leo and Kale in particular, guys that played a lot of minutes for you, and they're banking a lot on Leo Curtis. Like I think that they think that he can make a pretty significant jump this offseason to become that bona fide second big behind Capkey. And so I think that they did well with addressing their needs while also staying on their blueprint of getting players that fit what they want to do. Like they're not just going out and trying to get the highest rated transfers. They're getting the players that on their board fit the most of what they need. And then also, there's the money component too. Like they're not going to get into these $4 or $5 million bidding wars with some guys just because they can't. So like they have to find players that, might be a little more off the radar, but could still have a Price Stanford level jump once they arrive in their system. So that's just kind of the formula they've been working for the past 4 years now. And I guess the nice thing that Nebraska has right now is it has an identity. It has a plan. They're not just kind of going off season to off season trying to figure out what their roster is going to be. Like they know who they are. They know what types of players are going to make them thrive with the way they want their system to thrive, and they're recruiting to that while also doing so without breaking the bank and going overboard on overpaying guys.
I don't believe, I know we talked about Kapke with you last week, but I don't believe we talked about Traven Leonard with you in a lot of detail. Because this, of course, the point guard transfer from Utah Valley. What do you see as his strengths and weaknesses as he enters this program?
Well, he's a bigger guard, 6'5", and that's what Fred likes. Actually, last year was probably the smallest guards they've had in some time. You look at the Greasel, the Bandamel, or not Bandamel, Banton. He likes the bigger point guards, the ones that can create one-on-one mismatches and see over the top of the offense. So I think that he is the type of guy who was a top 25 nationally in assists. Can be that primary distributor because Kapke is not rink masked. He's not going to be the type of half court facilitator that Rink was. Very few bigs are going to be. So they had to, I think, find someone that could take on that role, and getting a bigger, longer guard that has kind of a proven track record of being an elite facilitator. Can shoot it well from the perimeter, so he checks that box. And he's an older guy. He's 24 years old. He served the Mormon mission, and so he's basically a grown man now. So you don't have to worry about him, and he's going to come in and be, I think, a vocal leader on that team, which you want your point guard to be, especially with what you're losing with Sam Hoiberg and Jamarcus Lawrence in that regard. So I think you go down the list of what they needed in that point guard spot. Trevin Linhart checks about every box you were looking for, and defensively he's extremely stout as well. And if you can get anything close to what you got out of Sam last year, and also do it with a guy that's 5 inches taller, that's a pretty good win, all things considered.
Robin Wash at HuskerOnline.com. Well, Robin, good luck tonight with the Giants draft and
the
also,
story dropping
and
before
the story
the draft.
dropping in a convenient time.
That's the luck I need right now. I want to be all systems go come 7 o'clock tonight.
All right. Take care, Robin.
Bye, Robin.
See you guys.
Meanwhile,
It's already here.
the storms have hit 50th and Dodge.
Oh, yeah.
And that sounds like hail.
That looks like hail. You can see it.
I think it's hail, guys.
I think it is too.
Oh, hail.
Yep, I see it bouncing there. Well, if whatever they did to kill the ants earlier today didn't kill them.
I mean, maybe this is our solution. Maybe we called God and be like, hey, God, we have an ant
Oh,
problem.
God had a final solution for the ants.
Thank you, Lord.
So you got that going. Also, when we come back, a second series of new photos.
Oh, no.
Have hit the Thursday.
Have hit the Thursday.
Yeah.
In the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini story. Who else?
Why does everybody have pictures?
How about those of you who don't have photos of these two together? Raise your hand.
I don't know. That's
So we could just separate you, and you guys can go about your merry way.
Honestly, let me go through my camera roll. They might be in the background.
I was going to say, I mean, I seriously, I was in Boston a year ago for the marathon. I might have to scroll through my photos. Who knows?
You might have.
Who knows?
You might have.
Maybe they were there cheering me on as I turned left on Boylston.
Maybe they were at the disc golf thing that Paige and I went to a couple years ago.
Remember those funny noises you heard when you ran past that mailbox?
Yeah, well, maybe
Maybe they were in the mailbox.
Maybe that's what it was.
We'll be back on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. You can enter online at 1620thezone.com for your chance to win our green for the 5K sweepstakes powered by Benjamin Franklin Plumbing. You can improve your golf game, get better equipment, get a membership, or maybe repair all those damages you did to the course due to your poor swing. Maybe pay for some lessons. Contest runs through May 19th. Again, enter online, 1620thezone.com. A second series of new photos have just been dropped.
And by second, you mean second today. Today.
If you missed it earlier, the New York Post published new photos of Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini. No, not from the resort in Arizona. No, this was from a bar in Tribeca.
And what was the date, John?
On March the 11th of the year of our Lord 2020.
Anything happened that year?
Well, later that day,
everything happened.
Everything was starting to get canceled, and then the next day, everything did get canceled.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the day the world stopped.
It was indeed. Indeed, it was.
And they were spotted in a bar kissing. Pictures show. Well, that was earlier today. And now, courtesy of TMZ Sports.
Whomever took the photos that ended up on the Post website the first time, they shopped it to TMZ.
And TMZ turned it down.
They indeed turned it down.
And now all of a sudden it's like, man, we got to take these.
Uh-huh.
So, hey, if anyone's got Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel photos,
send them to us.
Shop them to us first so we can be the next one to jump in on this.
Yeah, we don't even need that much money. We won't pay you that much money.
We've got some beer. We could
one of them
offer
with
you.
the top or the bottom.
The bottom's a little
because John dropped it.
So if you have any photos of Mike Vrabel with Diana Rossini that we might find interesting, shop them to us first.
Yeah.
But the latest photos from TMZ date back to January 31st, 2024.
So just over 2 years ago.
Just over 2 years ago. The timing of these are rather interesting, but the photos depict Vrabel and Rossini in a Mississippi casino.
Yeah, the
Beau Rivage Casino in Biloxi.
So the article writes, a witness tells us they snapped the pic when they recognized Vrabel and assumed at the time that the woman by his side was his wife based on her body language. They didn't realize until the recent bombshell news that the lady was actually Rossini. While they didn't see any PDA, the witnesses said the two were quite comfortable together, drinking and chatting with other gamblers. And when Vrabel left the roulette table to play some blackjack, Rossini followed but sat across from him.
So, and the reason why the timing of these are interesting, because these happened not long after he was fired by the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
So,
again,
more just keeps coming out.
We mentioned it during the crossover. You know, the biggest thing about this is that it is showing their relationship goes back a handful of years. You know, at least goes back to 2020.
Goes back a while.
You know, and so again, you know, be looking in your phone. You might have a photo of them somewhere, anywhere where you've been.
And we talked about this earlier.
Wherever they be.
Wherever they be.
When we were in the crossover, that there's a chance here that all of the principals involved, namely the families, the Patriots, were aware that this type of stuff was going back that far.
Mm-hmm.
That what was addressed as, how did he put it in his press conference?
Utterly in his press conference. Sorry, I think you were saying in the press release.
In the press release, he called it utterly laughable. But and he never addressed the specificity of the transgression. Just that he had something to take care of.
Yeah.
The best case scenario, if you're a Patriot fan, a Vrabel fan,
what is the best case?
The best case scenario is that when he came clean, came clean to all of this stuff going back however long.
Yeah, you
and
said
that,
it.
and that this wasn't, and that when he went into that locker room, and I'll just talk about this from the Patriots standpoint, because obviously the family component is something entirely different. But from the Patriots standpoint, that when he addressed this with the team in the locker room, that he acknowledged, yeah, I've known her for a while, I've been around her for a while, et cetera, et cetera. And so the stuff that we're now seeing today isn't all that shocking. But if he went in there and only said, well,
this is a recent thing.
this is a recent thing. This was a one-time deal. I had a lapse in judgment on this one occasion.
That's the thing.
If he did that and now all this other stuff is coming out, wah.
Yeah. I think
that's bad.
It's a really good point, Mustache Adam. Vrabel and Rossini are the new rule out there anywhere you turn. But it's a really good point. And that is, again, if you just view this, and this is why, look, this is an interesting story to you and me, I think, for a variety of reasons. But if you just want to look at it from the sports perspective and the locker room perspective, I think that the point that you bring up is a very good one. I think that is a really good observation. How did he talk about this with the organization? What did he tell his players? What did he tell Kraft? I mentioned this on the show a little bit earlier. I've been wondering about those in their lives, Rossini and Vrabel, when the news first dropped and what they told them. And if they were like, no, I mean, come on. No, definitely not. If they were like, oh, my friends were there, whatever excuse they gave the paper, if that's what they were telling them. I'm talking about close friends, family members. Forget about even their spouses for a moment. Because today's information coming out obviously would show that this goes back years. And you wonder how a friend of them in that moment would feel. Like, wow, you lied to me. And so you can definitely view it from the Patriots perspective. And that's why my tune has changed. 2 weeks ago on one of the crossovers, Matt asked me that. Would you be surprised if he was not coaching next year? And I said, absolutely. I would be surprised if he's not coaching. I still think he will be on the sidelines, but I am not as confident. I'm not anywhere near as confident as I was. And I think part of it is, now I don't know. I don't know what was said inside those meetings. I don't know how this thing has gone, but it is now inarguable that this is affecting his job because he is taking off this weekend. And again, it's for, I'll be honest, John, I find his reasoning laughable. Counseling? What kind of counseling are you doing?
Legal counseling?
And why is it only day 3 of the draft?
Correct.
Why is it only day 3 of the draft? Like, that stuff just doesn't sit well.
Well, okay, now let's look at it just from the public side. From the public side, the initial response was laughable, deny. We were with friends. It is very clear now that this is going back a ways. This is going back a long ways. 6 years. At least 6 years.
At least.
And so from that standpoint, to the public, Mike Vrabel is a scumbag for cheating on his family, cheating on his wife. And he's also a liar. Because to say man,
to go that hard in the paint.
He did. He said it's laughable.
And he knows it goes back 6 years.
He knew it.
At least
6 years.
But the thing is, those were the first photos that were published. So now, as I try to put the pieces together, I'm starting to wonder if Vrabel came totally clean with the organization. Because if his public response was to say it's laughable because, they only caught me one time, and now, boom, boom, caught 2 other times, dating back 2 and 2.5 and 6 years respectively. If he's that arrogant in the public, and now all of a sudden he's been exposed as a liar, I don't think he probably did come clean to his players.
Yeah, I mean, I think it takes a certain type of person to be that out in the open with an affair, to be at a literal bar, to be at a casino.
At a casino. And I know it's in Mississippi.
A couple's hotel, all of those. You're right. Yeah, it's in Mississippi. It's not like he's in Las Vegas, but still. So it takes a certain type of person to be that kind of, out there with something like this. There's probably a level of confidence of, it was just the one time that I got caught, And we talked about it a lot a couple of weeks ago, how the photos seemed very private investigator if you will. Like, wow, that's pretty wild. They're pretty far away from these. It was almost like they knew what they were going to take photos of. Like, it wasn't an accident. These other ones are like, wow, this is weird. I was at a bar and here he was.
Yeah, these look like
the other ones were not. They look professional.
Look like iPhone cameras.
Correct.
And,
the other ones looked professional. These ones do not. And so you're right. It's a really good question. It's a really good question. And maybe I shouldn't be so bullish on him being on the sidelines. Maybe at a certain point, I mean, I just got a text from someone that says it's open season. And I mean, the fact that
it is open season.
We are 2 weeks removed from the first one, and now it's boom, boom within the 4 hours today?
He opened his lying ass to this when he said what he said.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
basically dared the world to say, there's nothing else going on. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah.
Well, now everybody's out. And I mean, if they're that brazen to be out in public in a bar, out in public in a casino, goodness knows where else they've been photographed.
See, and that's what surprises me about a lot of this situation is they've been so bold about it. They haven't even tried to hide it. They're on river boats and bars in New York.
Yeah.
Like, I'm shocked that there's not even a little part of them that's like, hey, maybe we should keep it a little more low key.
Yeah. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
And and so to turn it around, just to looking forward to tonight, that the NFL draft is one of the biggest events that the league has every year. It is certainly the biggest non-game event that they have each and every year. And you also know that ESPN and the NFL Network, I mean, now they're literally one and the same, right? ESPN owns the NFL Network. NFL Network is the NFL's branch. You wonder how they cover this tonight, because if that tweet, and I read this earlier, so I'll read it again. This is from one of the Patriots reporters, Mark Daniels. He tweeted out 4.5 hours ago that Mike Vrabel is scheduled to speak tonight if the Patriots make a pick. If not, it's Elliott Wolf who will speak. And if the Patriots do indeed trade out, Vrabel isn't scheduled to talk to the media until May 27th. So that's a little over a month from now. And if he does speak, the lead up to that is very interesting because nobody cares about the player. I don't care about the player.
No.
I don't care about their player.
Listen, I know the Patriot beat writers have their job to do.
But they don't even care
the
about
team.
it. There's one story and one story only.
But that person, unless the Patriots make a shocking move and move all the way to the top of the draft board
Fernando Mendoza.
and draft Fernando Mendoza.
Marvell Reese.
The story is not about that player, and it's not about their draft.
And everybody knows
this is gone completely in the opposite direction. The draft is now secondary, at least in terms of what the public is interested in with the New England Patriots. If I'm the Patriots right now, I'm pulling the plug and I'm saying Vrabel ain't speaking tonight.
Regardless of whether or not they have a pick. Yeah. I think that's what
Vrabel's
you have to
not
do.
speaking tonight. And I would probably
Would you just cancel a press conference entirely? Would you say we'll see you in a week?
Man.
And don't think about it from the perspective of like what is right or what is wrong. But like if you're in that organization, I don't want to speak tonight. Because the story isn't the player.
Exactly.
And you know what I would say too, and here's something that sucks. The player's night is also going to be ruined.
Oh, sure it is.
There is a player that is going to get drafted by the Patriots, and the biggest night of their life to this point will be on the afterburner.
And they will be an afterthought.
Yeah, and like I wonder what it's like for the person and their family as immediately they're going to get drafted, and a lot of jokes are going to fly. And it's like, I have nothing to do with this.
Right.
I've been in college, and now I'm a part of this story because I was the 27th or 31st pick in the draft tonight.
I didn't ask to go to the Patriots.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to be like tonight. And so if I am them, I would absolutely not want to do anything.
Yeah,
It's cowardice, but I understand why they wouldn't want to talk. If he's not going to talk, I don't make me fall on this damn sword. I'm not Vrabel. It's either he speaks or no one speaks.
And that's the other thing too, is usually they have the first round draft pick do a press conference.
Yeah.
They usually bring them on. That kid's got nothing to do with it, but yeah, you have put that young man in a very difficult spot.
Yeah.
You have put that man in a very difficult spot right now.
I feel really bad for him. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for his family. I feel bad for, that they're going to get caught in this, whirlpool of jokes and quips. And what do you think about playing? Because that's a good question. Hey, what do you think about playing for this guy after what happened?
And again, when you look now pull back even further and look at it from the league perspective.
Yeah, this happy night is now ruined.
The league loves this event because they don't have to. No one gets injured, and they get to command the attention. They're on multiple networks at the same time, and all it is a selection show.
Mm-hmm.
But this league has become so big and so popular that people want to see it. Hell, even a few casual people will tune in to watch. Heck, maybe even a few more will tune in to watch tonight just because of all of this. But from the league's perspective, you're like, well, we want this to be about the players.
Yep.
We want this to be about the excitement and selling the future for 32 of all 32 of our franchises. And now you got this thing dropped in your lap like a bowl of crap.
Yeah.
And while I don't expect Rich Eisen and company to dwell on it for all 4 or 5 hours, however long this broadcast is going to be tonight, still, when the Patriots name comes up,
they will acknowledge it, like, because
it'll have to be acknowledged.
Will they touch it with a 10-foot pole? They will acknowledge it. They will talk around it, and they will try not to focus on it.
Correct.
Because again, they're an arm of the league. Now, when it gets to the press conference, that's a different story. But I think that they will do their best to. I mean, they're not going to have fun with it. They're not going to joke about it. That's what Twitter's going to be for. But they will. You have to acknowledge it because again, he won't be there on Saturday. And that's why I think this story has gone from really weird and wacky to, no, it's actually affecting his job now. Wild. Seriously, it is open season. What's next?
It is.
What's next? You know?
It is. It absolutely is. All right. Well, pulling back from that for a moment. When we come back, the return of As the Dumbass Stupid Turns.
Oh.
I have an opinion on 5 for 5.
Okay.
We have the latest in Nebraska's case against the CSC, the College Sports Commission.
Okay.
And also, Kurt Signetti spoke about what they may have spent on their roster last year.
Perfect.
A little more specifics.
Okay.
All coming up on 1620 The Zone. Sports Flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct Sports Flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. Good news
For Robin Washington,
for
Robin Washington only.
Yes. He gets to publish his story and now focus all of his energies on tonight's NFL draft. Why?
Nice.
Sports Flash. Because Nebraska has picked up another addition from Sports Flash, the transfer portal. As today, the Huskers Sports Flash have signed Sports
Is it
Flash
Jamarcus Lawrence?
Taj DeGorville. Well, I was distracted because I almost got to interrupt a sports flash with a better sports flash,
What?
but they were only able to advance 90 feet. Yes, Taj DeGorville from San Diego State, 6'5", sophomore. 5 starts last year for the Aztecs, 5 points, 3 assists, 3 rebounds per game. Pretty good assist rate.
Nice.
So he will join Sam. It's Ormy, right?
Orm.
Orm. Thank you. Gosh.
The E is silent.
The E is silent. Sam Orm, Caden Betts, Trevin Leonard, and Bowden Kapke in Nebraska's transfer portal class.
Awesome.
And according to Robin, 2 spots left in the roster of 26-27.
I am, good text from Dan. Taj Gorlami. Gorlami.
That was my joke from earlier.
Oh, I missed
Remember?
it. Oh, yeah, you did say that. I laughed.
I did say that.
Dominic
yeah.
DeCoco.
I'm just happy again for Robin. Robin, enjoy the draft, and let's hope that they get a couple of quarterbacks tonight for you.
If anything, this is more of a Robin flash than a sports flash.
It is. We love Robin. We love Robin.
Well, that kind of carries us into the next conversation.
Are we playing this open too?
Yeah, why not? Let's hit it. This is a oldie but a good for our friends in Central. For our friends in Central Nebraska, this will be new to you, but welcome to another edition of the
Ball is away. It's an end-over-end wobbler. DeJuan Gross has the catch at the 40. Flag down. 45, 50, 45, 40. Into the 35. Oh, come on. Oh, my goodness.
As the
Dumbass, stupid.
turn.
35.
This portion brought to you today by Dawn, the dishwashing liquid that takes grease out of your way.
Now you have to regain your composure.
Oh, you don't either.
Yes, you do.
And by Bold 3 detergent with built-in fabric
Our
softener.
defense coming out and giving up touchdowns on the first drive of the second half. I'm going to lose my mind if I do.
That is terrible.
We created this back when,
This was about conference realignment.
This is about conference realignment, but now we're just going to use it to encompass all the dumb, stupid things that are happening in college sports.
In all of college football.
In all of college football. Well, college sports, because
college sports, yes, that's true.
Because this affects everybody. This doesn't just affect the football side of things.
Ironically, we've expanded what this open is for.
That's true.
This whole segment's been expanded.
We have expanded the open. But the NCAA, Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA, is pushing for this new proposal for the 5-for-5 plan to be voted on as emergency legislation in May and implemented within the next month. The 5-for-5 is simple. When you start college,
Sounds like a fast food special.
It does actually. It sounds like something you get at Arby's. As you as you begin your clock, you get 5 years to play 5 years.
So you're out on that idea? You hate the idea?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not on the idea.
I like the idea.
So this will
put it on the internet.
This will do away with
Get a job.
Redshirting.
This will do away with redshirting.
Redshirting's done.
This will do away with waivers.
Stop hanging out with kids.
This will
Younger
simply
adults.
be. This will simply be.
Like 26-year-olds who still want to go to college. Get a job.
You get 5 years to play 5.
Now, to be fair, Nick,
Period.
this doesn't do anything with that. This has nothing to do with adults playing college sports.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, I do like where your head's at, but this doesn't, there's not an age limit on this just yet.
And
I guess kind of, you
I
can't
guess I
get
assumed there
extra
would be.
years of it. That's a,
9 in a row! 9 in a row! 9 in a row!
No,
9 in a
Nick.
row! 9 in a row!
Wait.
9 in a row!
They've been playing this whole day, and we were watching Bill Ranby's shirts.
Well, I
Those
wanted to be a
forearms.
responsible citizen to the people because I didn't know if we were going to have severe weather.
All right.
Plus, I was going to be distracted. You didn't want me distracted.
Let's watch the Rockies beat the Padres.
Yeah, switch it over to the Rockies game now. Cubs win 9 in a row. They sweep the Phillies. How sweep it is. It's just too sweep.
Nice.
So I thought that the 5-for-5 plan was specifically to target those people who were like
those
26
people,
26 and 27-year-olds who were still trying to play in college. I thought that's what the point of this was.
I mean, I think that's related to it, but that's not like the main purpose of this plan. At least I don't think.
Yeah.
But now John has something to be frustrated about with this plan.
Well, okay, but here,
and I'm going to stand with you on this 10 toes down, John. I'm going to agree with you
because this is the part that does frustrate me. Because right now, as Robin intimated, you have a Jamarcus Lawrence out there, and for the record, I'll be consistent on my opinion.
Josh Dix
also would qualify,
correct,
at Creighton. And the idea is, if they put this through, that then they could retroactively use it on anybody who is a fourth-year senior, and thus they could play their fifth year next year. As of right now, Jamarcus Lawrence, Josh Dix,
and others,
they're out of eligibility.
And you don't like that.
But if they vote this in an emergency legislation, they could then cycle back through.
And I'm with you on this, man.
This, in my opinion,
should be moving forward.
Yes.
It's not should be retroactive.
It should apply to this year's incoming freshman class.
Mm-hmm.
The freshmen of the next school year, so 26-27. That's when this should
so
start.
you don't even think it should be for a junior today or a sophomore today or even a freshman today?
No. This should start with the
Now.
freshman class
Interesting.
of today. Well, okay, I take that back. I could see it. I could see it with the next year's fourth-year senior, sure, but not to apply it retroactively.
That's what I want. I think this is a great idea. I'm happy about it. I love the idea of no more waivers, no more red shirts. Let's just do this thing moving forward. 5 years to play 5 years is great. I do not want to do retro stuff. I talked about it with Schaefer the other day. It is reminiscent of the COVID eligibility, which in the moment I think we celebrated, and retroactively it caused a lot of problems. I also think, and maybe this is like weird to care about this part, but like we went through the process with a Josh Dix. We went through the process with a Jamarcus Lawrence. We had senior days, we celebrated them. We said, thank you for everything that you've done. I mean, obviously Josh Dix had a heartbreaking senior season in a variety of ways. And it was a celebration for what he was able to do. And then we say, all right, good luck on your future endeavors. I kind of hate the idea of then it's like, all right, now you're, able to stay in the sport again and we want you back. I don't like it.
And listen, would I love to have Josh Dix back? Absolutely. This young man deserves, dare I say, a clean year, after the hell he went through this last season. But the reason why I don't believe it should be applied retroactively is here we are. It's April the 23rd. Because of all the windows that have been put in the transfer portal, teams are trying to get their squads together for next year. Football too. This is more immediate for football than it is for basketball. At least with basketball, that season doesn't start till next October, November.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Football starts in August.
Yeah, what does that look like?
And you've got all these finite roster spots because I think it is robbing from all of the other people who are trying to find landing spots. Well, if everyone's sitting back going, well, we might get this fifth year back for some of these guys. I don't know. It's from an accounting standpoint, dare I say, from a fairness standpoint. Think of it this way. There's a stretch of highway. Speed limit 55 miles an hour. You're doing 70. You get pinched and you get a ticket for speeding. 2 months later, the speed limit on that same stretch of highway goes up to 70 miles an hour. Does your ticket get waived? No. Because it's the rule at the time that the infraction happened. And I'm not saying that these fourth-year seniors, but That's kind of the logic that I'm using here. It's time to move ahead. And your point about the COVID year, yeah, that messed up a lot of stuff
for a long time.
And that ended up being one of the more short-sighted things that the NCAA did.
Yeah, and we praised it at the time, and then immediately it was like, whoopsies, our bad. By the way, Nick, you're right. CJ says part of the 5 for 5 would be that it implements 5 years from their 19th birthday, putting a cap on age 24. So, which is another thing.
And I believe there would be exceptions for religious.
Yes, like a BYU player because they have to go on missions.
Yeah,
they're
military.
They're allowed. Yeah.
But outside of that, yeah, it starts in, your clock starts at 19.
I love
5
that.
years.
It's a great idea.
I don't
It
have
really
a
is.
problem with the rule. I just don't think it needs to be applied retroactively.
Mm-hmm.
Because for the most part, this sports calendar is done.
Yeah.
It's time to look ahead.
So again, I
Right.
think you and we like 5 for 5, just don't want it applied retroactively.
We have an update on the case featuring, Nebraska. Was it 14 players? I think it was 14 players. 14 Huskers who are in an arbitration case against the College Sports Commission, aka NIL. Go!
Big shoes.
Because Nebraska and other schools have partners like Learfield and Playfly Sports, who basically the schools have said, all right, here's the NIL rights. You guys, Playfly, you go pay these guys. And Playfly takes care of the NIL. And that allegedly is circumventing the intention of what the College Sports Commission and the unsettlement was supposed to create. A motion, though, was filed this week that in which case the lead plaintiff attorneys are asking the judge to require the CSC to permit these so-called third-party deals that have either been denied or heavily scrutinized. They want an injunction. They want this done away with so that what Nebraska has been utilizing Playfly for can go forward. Now, the argument has been, well, this is circumventing the intention of the settlement. Well, what happens is if the motion is granted, it would allow these millions of dollars in third-party deals to freely go through the system. No more scrutiny, no more, miles of paperwork. And essentially it expands the cap because this is stuff that goes above and beyond revenue share. Or if the motion is denied and these deals are rejected, you would have hundreds of athletes, including these Nebraska athletes, deemed ineligible or having to return their compensation that was already paid to them. Either way, it's going to create a massive effect.
That's why we've been saying that everybody around the country is watching this story because it's going to have long-lasting ramifications, either in the good or bad. And good and bad is you define that however you see fit.
It's either going to say the CSC has the right to enforce these rules,
or it doesn't.
Or it doesn't. Basically,
then we're back to where we were.
Basically,
previously.
blowing up NIL go.
Yeah, and it seems like that is my guess on what happens. I think that is going to be what happens.
So that's the latest in that case.
Yeah.
Coming up, speaking of the rosters, Kurt Signetti was interviewed recently by friend of the Grum, Ari Wasserman and Andy Staples.
Shout out.
About how much it actually costs to build his championship roster.
Awesome.
Also, how much mediocre would be included in Tones 24? I think that should be the new nickname of the 2014 playoff.
What?
Tones 24.
It's nice and illiterate or
It is.
literate.
This is
Literation.
Tones
Alliteration.
Yeah, I know words.
Tone Petiti.
I have an answer
To what?
this question. How many mid-teams there'll be?
Oh.
Figure I'll get there when we talk about it.
Okay.
Great. Meanwhile, I'm going to go celebrate 9 in a row.
Is Matt still here? We can go see if he's celebrating too.
We'll be back on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Real quick, before we move on, Fat Hamstrings writes.
Is this a new entry into the YouTube comments?
Yeah, I've never seen this person before. Thanks for hanging out. What's the deal? What's the big deal with how old they are? They don't live on campus and take online classes. They don't live like freshmen in the dorms. Can't tell someone to pass on $1 million because of age rules, or because of age if rules allow it. I just don't want the rules to allow it. I want those. Someone like mid-20s people playing college sports. I just think it's ridiculous.
Well, and there's a reason, why the NFL has that imposed, limitation on when players are eligible for the draft.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want developing young men playing football with grown men.
Correct. And just like I don't want grown men playing football with developing young men.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Also, it should be okay to put on age limits. We put it on everything else. Age limits for driver's license, age limits to buy beer, age limits for, being able to go to the casino with your side piece.
Bingo. You have to be 21. Has to be 21.
Also, if I'm 26, I can't think of a group of people I want to hang out with less than a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds.
Agreed, Nick. I don't want to hang out with teenagers anymore.
Nobody does.
I'm not a teenager anymore.
Nobody.
I haven't been for 18 years.
Wow.
I haven't been a teenager for almost as many years as you can be a teenager. Well, you can't be a teenager for 18 years. Anyway, John, what's our topic? What's going on here?
Well, the college football playoff again.
Over.
It's like German vacation also.
Yeah, interesting. The overhits.
So they didn't reach any kind of a consensus. Not surprising.
Not yet. Because Sankey, and we'll talk about this in content. He is
Stanky.
Oh, are we talking about it now?
Yeah, we'll talk about
we're
it.
talking about it now. Never mind.
Yeah. He said he's still sticking with 16.
That's the number he wants.
He wants 16. And he said, while yes, I know some of our coaches have said maybe we should go to a bigger number. They have a right to have that opinion, but at the end of the day, we think 16 is the best. He said also we have contracts. We have a championship game. And see, I think that's one of the big sticking points is
they don't want to lose that.
While some have said maybe it needs to go the way of the dinosaur.
Including his coaches.
That's money that the SEC gets to keep all to themselves.
Well, did you see his quote the other day? It was interesting. It was basically like, we have a contract. And so as long as we have a contract, we are not going to get rid of this game because we have a contract.
Right.
Which I think is a sly way of saying, after the contract, maybe we're open for business of getting rid of it. But until then, we're not going to pass on this money because we have money tied up in, ESPN paying us for this game.
We haven't talked about it from this angle, but I'm starting to come to the opinion that getting rid of the conference championship games could end up being as short-sighted as doing away with divisions was.
Why is that? Is it mainly because you think it is an auto 24?
Well, it becomes an auto 24. And forget about the size of the playoff for a moment.
I just didn't know if that was
just
why.
I get that all of these leagues now are just strictly business partners.
Correct.
But the history of winning a Big Ten championship means something. The history of winning a
Big Ten championship, but not a game. Winning the league, not the game is.
But how do you determine who wins the league if you don't have a way to do it?
Could you do?
Especially when you have 18 team conferences, you can't play a round robin.
Yeah.
You'll have 5-way ties. We've talked about all the tiebreakers.
See, and that's what I was going to say. So in basketball, and I know they're a round robin, so maybe my argument's going to fall, flat. But in basketball, there are tiebreaker scenarios. But sometimes, like in 2020, when Creighton won, they won the league. They had the tiebreaker over Seton Hall, yet they both claimed conference championships. Do we just go back to what it was in the Big Ten 25 years ago when 3 teams said Big Ten champs? Now, only one could go to the Rose Bowl, but we did that for years in the sport. Where they would all claim it, co-champions.
I know, but now with these bigger playoffs, well, we've kind of diminished the value of being a conference champion.
See, and that's why, for me, that's why I don't care if the games go away.
Well, either way, they haven't made any moves on this yet. The Executive Director Rich Clark said that if any changes are going to be made in time for 2027, the decision needs to be made by December 1st. When asked if he and Tone will come to a consensus by the December 1st deadline, Sankey said, "We'll see."
So that's 7 months and 8 days away. Will we be doing the same song and dance for another 7 months and 8 days?
I bet.
Because last year, remember, it was about this time that it suddenly seemed, wow, we might actually play a whole nother season without them making a decision.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, we did. And now I'm wondering, are we going to do the same thing? Because I asked McMurphy, when did he join us? Yesterday.
Yeah.
I said, is 24 inevitable? And he said, it is not. It is absolutely not inevitable. So maybe he's right.
Just to reiterate a point we had from yesterday, but the Tone plan, the Tone 24, when On3 did their poll of their college football fans, only 9% liked the idea of 24. 42% said stay at 12. 36% said move to 16. Hell, there were more people that would be fine with 4 than Tone with Tone 24.
And in those two plans combined, 24 and going back to 4, don't even match the total number of either of the other two.
Correct.
Those other two plans have a combined, what is that, 78.5%. Almost 4 in 5 college football fans that voted say status quo or a little bit bigger. And that is exactly where I'm at. Status quo is my main preference. 16 would easily be my second choice. And then it would be 4 and then 24. Like, that's my order.
I just went back to the last 4 seasons. How if we get the Tone 24, and let's just say for argument's sake, it's basically an at-large field where you're taking 23, the top 23 ranked teams, and then whoever the group of 5 team is. Unless the group of 5 team is within the top 23, then you're taking the top 24. But let's just say it's that, because that's been the latest plan that the Tone 24 has been workshopping. How many mediocre teams? And by mediocre, I'm going to call them the 3 and 4 loss crowd.
Okay.
So how many of those would we have gotten the last 4 years? 2022, we would have had half the playoff field. 12 out of 24 would have had at least 3 losses. 6 3-loss teams, 6 4-loss teams.
A lot of 4-loss teams.
In 2023, we would have again had 6 3-loss teams and 4 4-loss teams. Now in 2024, we would have had 0 4-loss teams, but 9 3-loss teams in the Tone 24. And then this last year, it would have been 8 3-loss teams and 1 4-loss team who would have been
Iowa.
The Iowa
I
Hawkeyes.
was going to say, they'd have a chance to win a game or two.
So by expanding this playoff to the Tone 24, that's what we would be able to expect something to this effect every single year. Maybe a little higher in 4-loss teams one year, maybe a little lower, but at least 6 3-loss teams. Well, actually,
3-loss teams.
At least 9 3 or more loss teams every playoff.
Yeah.
Because it's 12, 10, 9, 9. You have at least 9.
Yeah. I was going to say that's
a lot of mediocre.
Or is it a lot of good that lost some tough games?
I'm going to call them mediocre.
Is Nebraska any of those teams?
No. I mean, famously, Nebraska has not lost fewer than 3 games or 4 games in a long time.
Since 2003.
Unless you're asking if Nebraska's mediocre, in which case I would say.
So what was going to be your answer to John's question?
Well, it was more of a general answer. I was just going to say 12 because I really like the 12-team playoff.
Well,
in general, I think the 12-team playoff is close to perfect.
Well, it's funny that Nick says that because the first number that you slapped together, John, was 12 teams. 12, 10, 9, 9. I mean, so Nick's not too far off. Not too far off. And if you view the playoff as something that should maybe leave 1 or 2 good teams on the cutting room floor, I mean, it kind of does. If you view mediocre as 3 losses and above, that means the last couple of years you've had 3 2-loss teams miss out. You know, I think that's solid. I think that's a solid thing. you can't always have everybody that is quote unquote deserving. You get as many as possible, but there should still be a cut line, right?
It's still it bugs me when I hear about folks talking about Miami and, well, they were a 10 seed last year and they were in the national championship game and they were play away and this and blah, 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 and this and that and the other thing. And using that to justify, so it can easily be a 16th seed or a 19th seed or a 24th seed. What are we doing here?
Dennis says this just sucks because it waters down the best regular season in sports.
Exactly. The unintended consequences of watering down the regular season. And yes, I know.
It's intended.
People will watch the playoff. I get that. But it will come at the expense of other games within the regular season. And then this notion that especially if it's all at large, that somehow the November games will mean more than the September games. Really? How?
Don't listen to him.
Again, these are supposed to be the smartest people in the room.
And they're paid a lot of money.
They're paid a lot of money to be dumb.
Yeah. I'm paid not a lot of money to be smart. How does that work?
Have you guys considered that they don't actually care about anything other than money?
I think I might have noticed
Well,
that from time to time.
yeah, that would probably be true.
Yeah, indeed.
That would probably be true.
Yeah.
Coming up, it's draft night.
It is draft night.
The first pick is what? A little
Fernando
over 2 hours
Mendoza.
away?
Uh-huh. Yes, good job, Nick.
A little more than 2 hours away.
Mm-hmm.
Big draft preview.
Mm-hmm.
Few draft predictions.
Mm-hmm.
And more as we continue on 1620 Zone.
The happy hour is on the air. What happened now? Another photos?
No, it's not new photos, but the folks trying to draw the connection between the fact that Diana Rossini has a son named Michael.
Oh, tough.
It is tough.
It's tough.
Pro tip. Don't cheat. But if you are, maybe don't name your son after the person you're cheating with.
Excellent call.
Great point.
By Nick.
Great point.
Unethical life pro tip.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, tonight it's Big Draft Thursday.
Bum, bum.
First round. And the nice thing tonight will flow a little smoother.
Yeah, only 8 minutes.
8 minutes between picks.
It's a long time.
That's
But
like
for the NFL, it's fast.
That's like 5 nicks.
I thought it was going to be like 20 nicks.
I've got
It's 32 Patinos.
Nice.
We all know that Fernando Mendoza is going first. That's not going to be much of a drama. You know, and
unless they want to be really funny.
Sure.
Now, we all know that the NFL stages some of this stuff. I mean, the Raiders could just, like, the nanosecond after, they announce that the draft is open, the Raiders could turn in their card.
But they won't.
They'll draw it out for the whole 8 minutes so everyone can get in their takes and everyone on the 18-man panel can say what they need to say, and then they go to the reporter in the field and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
But then the real drama of the draft starts with the second pick. Because with the Jets, you have really two options.
There's been a lot of smoke about this over the last few days.
Which edge rusher do you
smoke?
take? Do you go with the experienced David Bailey, or do you go with the not as experienced, but certainly
young and spry,
athletic and freakish Arvell Reese? And then from there, it just kind of falls into place.
And then, of course, the other big storylines tonight, what's going to happen in terms of trades.
Yep.
My team has been talked about a whole lot as one that could trade up. There are many teams near the top that are very open to trading down. I think you could look at the Cardinals. I think you could look certainly at the Browns. Could the Chiefs be willing to part with 9, among others? And so that is, something that everybody is going to be keeping an eye on early and often.
Could the Giants parlay their 2 top 10 draft picks into something different?
Oh, that'd be strange.
I don't know if they would.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
But say if they were wanting to move up because there's somebody they really like, but they're afraid that that person's going to be gone.
I'd be stunned if they decided to trade up. Also, that doesn't really seem like something that Harbaugh does. He's more of a trade back kind of guy.
Right, but Harbaugh's never been able to pick this high before.
Yeah, but I don't know why you'd want to trade up. That'd be weird.
I don't know. It's just a lot of different options.
Well, hey, here's something. So we just got a text, and we can talk about our teams for a sec. Brian from Bellevue says, John and Josh, who would you like to see the Rams and Cowboys take with their first picks? So news is coming down literally within the last couple of minutes that George Pickens is signing his franchise tag. And people are saying, what does that have to do with the draft? Now that he has signed it, he could get traded. And there has been a lot of chatter in the Cowboys universe today about them doing that. And that stupid dog Twitter account that called the Micah Parsons trade like days before and still triggers me to this day? Well, that dog account tweeted out a few hours ago that the Cowboys are looking to trade up for a receiver, which I don't like from a variety of standpoints, but it would certainly make me wonder what's going on here. Apparently, Jerry Jones finally talked to his agent, and that agent is also Parsons' agent. And they had 0 conversations last year. It was the whole thing.
Maybe they just want a receiver
great.
that wears sunglasses so the sun poking through doesn't stop them.
That would be nice. My answer, by the way, my dream scenario, is that somehow Caleb Downs falls all the way to 12, or the Cowboys jump up to 6 or 9 and they take him.
Nice.
That's the dream. I would love to have him on defense. I think that he is awesome. I just saw another quote from Nick Saban because he coached him first. And then Caleb Downs transferred to Ohio State once Nick Saban retired. And he speaks glowingly about him. So that's my dream. Who do you want to draft? And you're right behind me, right, at 13?
I am torn because there's also been rumors the Rams could move up. though I don't expect them to. If the Rams are doing any moving, they're going to move back. I love Kenyon Sadiq. But we've got 19 tight ends.
I was going to say, you don't really need him.
And while the 13 personnel package worked very well, I don't think that's going to be what they ultimately want to do moving forward. I would like to see them get a wide receiver. What I would prefer it be Omar Cooper.
Oh, man, I love Omar Cooper.
But I don't know if he's going to be available at 13. This is why there's maybe some talk of them moving up.
Wait, you think Omar Cooper won't be available at 13? I feel like he's like because a lot of people have had him mocked around the Cowboys' second pick of 20. I'd be stuck because, 13 means he's like the first or second receiver taken. I think by that point you will have had a couple receivers, and he always seems like the third or fourth.
I'm sorry. I meant to say Carnell Tate.
Okay.
Not Omar Cooper. I don't know what I was thinking. Carnell Tate.
And there is, and we and I
Mekhi Lemon has two guys have really been the most popular selection in the mocks, and that's been if the Rams stay put at 13, and that's been Lemon and Sadiq.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be disappointed with either one. I think I would prefer a wide receiver just simply because that's one of the needs the Rams have is a number 3 wide receiver. They need a third wide receiver. And that would be my preference at this point. If they could get Carnell Tate, that would be awesome. But I'd be okay with Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah, and it's interesting them with the receiver because you and I haven't really talked about it a whole lot, but there's been a lot of drama with Puka this offseason, and he has been in rehab, has he not? And so you wonder what kind of player he's going to be when he eventually returns to the field. Plus, the other guy that they have is, Devontae Adams is on the back half of his career, certainly. So you have that. The other thing, of course, we talked about him a couple of weeks ago when the news dropped. Ruben Bain, how far does he fall? There's a couple things about him. First of all, he has the shortest arms for a player that will get picked inside the top 100.
It's like a dinosaur, T-Rex.
He is, and he's going to get picked probably in the top 15. And so you have that. You also have the story that was, it became more public. It was known within circles that he had gotten in a car accident 2 years ago that resulted in the eventual death of somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But that was made public now recently. And so and we had Eric Edholm on last week, given that NFL teams have known about this for a while, I don't think that will affect it with him. And so I think that I don't think he's going to drop out of the first round or anything.
Is it weird or dumb that I want the Dolphins to pick a tackle with their first pick, their 11th?
I don't know. Is that a need that you have?
Well, see, and they need wide receivers, right? But their quarterback is what's-his-face? I don't even remember his name.
Malik Willis.
I don't want them, nor do I foresee them trying to build the team around him. It feels like he was just kind of plopped there because they needed somebody.
He is not going to be the guy to take it to take him.
No.
But the Dolphins need offensive linemen. They do. They always have. They need defensive players.
On the NFL IQ,
I'm thinking like Francis.
Their top
Mauigoa.
top 2 on there is Mauigoa and then Fano. So I think the odds of Miami taking an offensive lineman, particularly a tackle, I would think at this point are pretty good, unless somebody who is higher on their board happens to fall to them.
Yeah, the favorites on FanDuel are Mansour Delane, he's a defensive back. Francis Mauigoa, he's the lineman. Mekhi Lemon, he's the receiver. Spencer Fanau, he's another offensive lineman. No, you build it with the lines.
Yeah.
That's not a crazy opinion.
Their O-line has been terrible forever. I mean, say what you will about Tua, but I think a lot of the problems he had was because of the Dolphins' weak line.
Yeah. No, that's totally normal to want an offensive lineman. Dallas built their draft around the offensive line for years, and it was great.
Does it take a little bit of the excitement out of the draft? I mean, the last few years, we've had a lot of drama in terms of the quarterback position and runs on the quarterback position. But this year, you're likely only going to have one quarterback taken in the first round. And if Simpson does go, it would be a little bit of a surprise, but that would be it. You're not going to have any more than that.
In the first round?
In the first round.
It's just those two. Yeah, it's him and Fernando.
Yeah.
I think Simpson will get picked. I think someone is going to take a flyer on him tonight. I don't think he's going to drop to day 2. I want to know how high he's going to get picked, though. Pittsburgh has been a common name. I think people have talked about your team taking him, because you obviously need to start thinking about the future at some point in time. And so is it the Rams that decide to go with him, or is it somebody else? I think someone is going to talk themselves into it. We haven't had a first round with only one quarterback taken in, what is it, like a decade?
I don't remember.
It's been a while, man. It's been a while. Like, we don't have this very often, where you only have one dude. And it's funny, we have not talked about him at all in this process, for him being Fernando Mendoza. We have barely talked about him because he has been the slam dunk number one forever.
Yep.
I do wonder, and I know Michael is really high on him, and obviously a lot of people are really high on him. Uh-oh, Nick.
Yikes.
A lot of people are really high on him. I think he's solid. I don't know if he is like that dude,
I mean, if you would have asked me this 3 months ago, well, no, 3's not enough. 5 months ago.
Okay.
I would have been pretty excited if the Rams were sitting at 13, or hell, if they'd have kept their second pick, that the one they traded for McDuffie, thinking that, they could be in play. Because I really liked what I saw out of him. But I do think now, especially after watching the playoff, he needs another year. I think he can be a good pro quarterback, but I don't think he's ready right now. Now,
since they have Kirk Cousins, though.
What's that?
Since the Raiders have Kirk Cousins. Or wait, are you talking about Ty Simpson again?
I'm talking about Simpson.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I was going back to Simpson. But
if the Rams take him, he would sit behind Stafford. Like, that's the thing. If the Steelers take him, maybe he sits behind Aaron Rodgers.
I think he needs another year so that we can get a better look at him. I don't know if I'm comfortable with the Rams taking him unless they get him like in the third round. Let's say, if they get him later, then sure, why not?
But not round one.
Yeah. And I don't even think round 2.
Wow. Yeah, and I'm not super high on him either.
Because I want to see another year of him to see if there's actually something there.
Yeah. And you figure for sure Stafford has one year left, at least one.
Yeah.
How many good years does he have left? Because that's what you're saying is he would then sit behind him for that many years. He'd be a 1-year redshirt, 2-year redshirt.
But going back on Mendoza, it's been such a slam dunk. It's so interesting though, because he is
he's not what you expect, right?
He's not what you expect.
Of how he is as a person.
Sure.
His personality is very strange. It's strange for the position that he will hold.
Mm-hmm. The quarterback of the Raiders.
Yeah, the most important position in sports. He's going to be their guy moving forward. And going back to a couple minutes ago, I don't know if he'll be their starter next year. I would guess he is, but you have Kirk Cousins, and so you have this really nice insurance, with a quarterback who has a lot of experience, who is definitely at the end of his career. He's probably on the 16th tee box, 17th tee box. He's getting near the end. But, if you didn't think that he was ready, you could go with that. I also think it's going to be interesting to see how he fits in with the Kubiak offense, given how different that is from what he played in at Indiana in college. I think he's good. I never watched him. Well, I guess I didn't watch him in the majority of the regular season thinking this is a dude who can be the number 1 overall draft pick. And man, he did make a lot of big plays at the end of the year. He had that huge throw on 3rd down against Ohio State. He had multiple massive plays in the playoff games. He had huge plays in the national championship. And it was like, okay, I think he has great receivers. That back shoulder pass, though, that he threw often was exquisite. He obviously is a super talented player. For him, it's just going to come down to how good is the organization around him, and what kind of coaching is he going to have? For a while, the Raiders have had bad. Will it finally be good?
They certainly have.
We'll see.
Should we do a round of predictions here?
Let's do it.
Let's do a round of predictions.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
This is a special bonus round. Mostly NFL draft related.
Oh, there's other stuff too?
Well, the Yankees are playing the Red Sox tonight.
Kugler's on the call.
Oh.
Schlittler is the pitcher, and he's from a place just south of Boston. Fun fact, Nick, tell that to your friends at the parties tonight.
Why is this such a big deal? It's not like this is the first time someone who lives near the hometown is pitching for the hometown team.
No, because the fans have been threatening him and his family. I mean, they've been being typical Boston fans.
Exactly.
But it's like, that's why. Because it's the first time since he beat him in the playoffs that he's come into play at Fenway. You don't think that's a big deal?
Nope.
If this involved the Cubs and your team, you would be all
because
frothy.
the Cubs are actually good.
Yeah.
The Red Sox, bad.
Oh, real quick, a good question from Sicilian. Josh, do you get an Indiana ring since you were a spotter one game? That is a great question. I will email Signetti. I should. I did a great job. I had an awesome time that Friday night.
Well,
when you were mansplaining?
By the way, last weekend it was
I was pointing.
The king is still the king. Josh is still struggling, and Nick is still Nick. Will Jeremiah Love go inside the top 5? Will Jeremiah Love go inside the top 5? I say yes.
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 Well, that was boring.
Yeah.
Who is drafted first? David Bailey or Arvell Reese?
I'm going to go with Arvell Reese.
Me too.
This is going to be a really boring round.
All right, we're off to a great start. We need to let Nick go first on these. Because he's just tailing us right now.
I'm not. I'm looking.
Will Caleb Downs be a top 10 pick?
No.
He will be, and it will make me sad. Unless the Cowboys trade up and draft him, and then I'll be happy.
I believe he will be a top 10 pick. So Nick is the outlier.
Okay.
Carnell Tate's draft position. Over under pick 7.5.
And what do we mean by when we say over under? We got to define this real fast. So over is higher. Should we do higher or lower? Just want to make sure. Higher or lower? Underdog.
Higher or lower?
I'm going to go higher.
So
he'll get picked closer to 10.
Oh, wait a sec. Okay, now
this is confusing.
Yeah, you're confused. Higher
higher
draft
number.
Pick.
Higher number.
Higher draft pick. Higher should mean higher draft pick.
Wow.
Not higher number.
Earlier draft pick. Earlier or later. So I'm saying he is closer to 10.
You're saying later.
Yes, later.
So he will be later.
Yes.
Early.
Let's see. Yeah, I think he's going to be earlier.
Okay.
Earlier than 7.5. Kenyon Sadiq, draft position. Earlier or later, pick 15.5.
Earlier.
Earlier.
Maybe it's your team, John. He is going to be a good player.
You know what?
You'd have 100 tight ends. You're going to go later?
I'm going to go later.
Okay.
I'm going to go later.
Jordan says, that made my head hurt. Riveting radio, guys.
Yeah, I know.
We're professionals.
Will Ty Simpson be taken by a team other than the Cardinals? Now, this is
Whoa, what's this one? What? So we get the field?
Will Ty Simpson be taken by a team other than the Cardinals?
Is that the question?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if he's going to go tonight, the Cardinals are the only team, right?
Ty Simpson?
Yeah. In the first round?
You don't think another team could take Ty Simpson? You're
In the
talking about the
first round?
quarterback? Yes.
Yeah.
The Rams could. The Steelers could.
The
We talked
Rams
about-
are not taking him at 13.
No, but don't you have 2 picks?
No, we have 1. We traded our pick. Remember?
Oh,
we
that's
got
right, to
Trent
the
McDuffie.
Chiefs. No, I'm still going to say yes.
He'll be taken by a team other than the Cardinals.
And you're just saying in round 1, or are you saying in the whole damn draft?
You know what?
That was a bad prop.
That's
Punt
a bad
that
prop. I'm
Yikes.
killing it.
Where did you find that one at? That's a terrible prop. You should have done the earlier or later than for Ty. Because his draft position is 28.5. Earlier or later.
All right, you want to do that one?
Yes. Basically, this question is, will he be a first rounder or not?
Yeah.
Is kind of what we're asking. Nick?
I'm going to go earlier.
I am too. I think someone's going to take a flyer on the man, and I hope to laugh at them.
Oh, it's going to be later. I don't think he gets picked tonight.
Okay.
I bet I need to double check. Where do the damn Cardinals pick?
Well, they have third. Yeah.
Well, they ain't using this first. They ain't using their first one.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, he ain't going tonight. First round trades tonight, over under 1.5. This is one where we can actually say over or under.
Yeah. By the way, the Cardinals only have one first rounder. Their second pick is 34. What is the number? 1.5? Over.
Under.
I think the Cowboys are going to trade Pickens.
I think I'm going to go over.
Okay.
Yankees at Red Sox tonight.
Schlittler. John, have you seen this story? So Schlittler is the pitcher for the Yankees. He's from just south of Boston. He's going back to play at Fenway for the first time since the playoffs.
Well, I'm sure you'll hear some nice slurs.
Oh, yeah.
Yankees minus a run and a half. I'm going to take the Red Sox.
I am marrying a Yankees fan on Sunday. Give me the Yankees.
You are. Oh, my gosh.
What? Because I love my future wife, Josh?
Yeah, and you should show her your real love by not kowtowing and sitting in the C&T chair.
It's not the C&T chair.
It is when you're rooting for the Yankees.
Did you know that the Boston Red Sox are selling Yankees merchandise in their team store?
No.
Who's the real C&T now?
I mean, that is Yankees.
And the Pirates.
What?
Are at the Rangers.
The Pittsburgh Pirates.
Who
Josh.
cares?
They're a baseball team.
What? Who cares?
Is Skeens pitching?
No, that's a good question.
I like Paul Skeens.
I need to look that up just to make sure.
While you do that, Jay Scrutot texts in about our earlier or later than prop. That reminded me of non-basketball people talking about higher or lower seeds in the March tournament of great significance.
It doesn't say. Why doesn't the schedule say?
Rip.
Oh, here it is. No, he is not pitching tonight.
The other team then.
Give me the Rangers.
You take the Rangers? It's a sweep.
Kyle says, what is John thinking? Of course Simpson goes tonight. Does he think there will only be one quarterback taken? The real question is over under 2.5 quarterbacks drafted.
No,
it's definitely under 2.5.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be a third. Simpson's going to be the only other one taken in the first, and I don't think anyone's taken him.
There is another. Yeah, because who's the next guy? Nussmeier? He's going to be like a third rounder, I think.
Weak QB class. Huh?
It is. It's stinky,
it's a
man.
very weak
front-loaded QB class.
And it's not even that. Like, again, to go back to Mendoza, like he's a good quarterback, but there's a lot of people that are like, we'll see. And then the number 2 guy is Simpson, and then the number 3 guy is Nussmeier. Yikes. Yikes.
Remember when Garrett Nussmeier was supposed to be the big thing?
I do. People were so excited for him.
Last year wasn't a good quarterback draft either, was it?
I'm trying to even remember what last year was. No, it was the one 2 years ago was the crazy one because that was 6 guys in the first 12.
Yeah.
Who was the? Oh, last year was Cam Ward. Cam Ward, number 1.
And we remember him from such hits as just
that one cool touchdown against the Rams. That touchdown
really
was sick.
Dumb throw,
but it scored.
That got rewarded because for some
John,
reason
sometimes
we decided,
really good
but
plays.
that's why we went out and got ourselves some defensive backs.
So Cam Ward won't throw a touchdown on you again?
Well, no, they were just so bad.
Whoa, El Scorcho says, I'm a huge draft nerd, and there's Carson Beck in the first buzz floating around.
Oh, no, there's not.
Are you sure that's buzz or is it buzzed? People are buzzed. Guys, Carson Beck might be top 30. That would be a horrible pick.
Like Carson Wreck.
Good call. I hope the Rams take him. They love Georgia quarterbacks that are just going to disappear in training camp. So maybe Carson Beck's your man.
Well, one.
That did happen.
One.
KD writes, 0 chance he's not taken tonight. Teams will want that 5th-year option. Yeah, thank you, John, for the free point in predictions. With Ty Simpson. Everybody is in agreement that you're wrong on old Ty Simpson.
That he's going to get drafted in the first round.
Yeah.
Who's going to take him? Who?
What if it is the Rams?
They're not going to use number 13 on him.
What if they trade down, though, and pick him at like 24?
Well, they're going to trade down to the 3rd round?
No, they trade down to like 24
it
and
ain't
36.
It ain't happening.
Okay.
It ain't happening.
Okay.
When we come back, we've got content coming up.
What?
Spring game attendance.
Why are we even highlighting it? Why do we care?
We don't.
Oh, yeah, we didn't do I don't care.
Let's do it right now.
Care.
Me too.
No, there you go. We've managed to hit on it. The Gary Bears, RIP.
The Gare Bears.
What?
And we haven't mentioned anything about the NBA playoffs.
Also, let's change that.
We have 7 months to talk about the NBA playoffs.
Well, we do.
Sadly, just 2. By the way, real quick, one more draft question from Wes. Here's a question. Are you watching on ABC, ESPN, or the NFL Network?
NFL Network, as always.
Ditto, baby. Rich Eisen, lead the way.
Easy. That's an easy pick.
Oh, yeah.
I'm NFL Network all the time. Of course, they might ESPN up their draft now that ESPN owns them. Content next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
We have an update, by the way,
on
a
third set of photos.
No, but it is Mike Vrabel related.
Ooh,
according to Mike Reese.
It was actually
NFL,
my twin brother.
ESPN reporter covering the Patriots. Mike Vrabel,
he has a twin brother.
Mike Vrabel will address reporters prior to the start of tonight's draft in about 50 minutes from now.
Okay.
Wow, he's just getting that shovel ready.
The NFL, they always win. Remember a few years ago when it was like Aaron Rodgers might get traded to the Broncos and we were all watching.
Yep.
Will it happen? Will it happen? And it didn't. And now, this time, it's Mike Vrabel having an affair with an NFL reporter.
What do you think he says?
It was my evil twin.
What does he say?
I think he might be bowing out of the entire draft.
Yeah, if he's speaking beforehand, I will agree with you. I think he's going to still be the coach tonight, but he is not going to participate. He's need time with my family.
Correct.
Yeah, but he still won't really say anything.
Yeah, that's probably true.
In the ultimate Peter measuring contest, according to Sean Callahan, Nebraska's spring game attendance of 27,000 should finish inside the top 10 of spring game attendance figures across the country. Time to hang another banner?
Sure. Let's get the banner up once again inside the top 10 of spring game attendance. By the way, Tennessee had 48,000, Florida 47, Ohio State 40, Virginia Tech 40, Auburn 34, Oklahoma 31, Georgia 31, Nebraska 27,000, of course.
I'm happy for him, John. It's pretty cool that when everybody else also doesn't care about the spring games anymore, Nebraska doesn't care about them, but they're still able to get into the top 10. That's pretty sweet.
Are those
pretty sweet
27,000 people okay? Like, are they okay?
Excellent question. Excellent question.
How many of them were just there only because they wanted to try to forget about the Iowa game 2 days before?
Go Hawks.
Sad.
Why are you sad? What's so sad about that?
That was a bad time.
Was it?
Yeah.
I had a great taco and I watched the win at a bar. It was awesome.
Mm.
What did you two think about how Shohei Ohtani and manager Dave Roberts described his future as a hitter and pitcher last night?
So, John, I think a few years ago you said at some point in his career he is going to stop doing one of the things.
Yes.
I think did you definitively say which of the things he would stop, or you just said he'll move on from?
Well, I thought because of the arm stress,
he'd stop being a pitcher,
that eventually he would just go to being a hitter.
I think that is being laid. The groundwork is being laid right now for that. Ohtani said, "I'll always let the manager make the final decision. I'm always going to be prepared when I'm starting that I'm hitting. But if it makes sense as a team to occasionally put a guy as a DH or hit later, that's fine as well. I wouldn't want to say more aside from that." Dave Roberts brought up the overall numbers. He feels really good about putting his name in the lineup. I know the last start I chose not to have him hit and just pitch. I'm open to it. We'll see. It's something that we've certainly flagged. And also you have to look at what's the option. I think that this is laying the groundwork. I think within the next couple of years, he is only a hitter.
Now, the interesting thing here is it's taking him out of the lineup as a hitter on days that he pitches. So it's not taking time off of his pitching. It's actually taking time away from plate appearances. But, yeah, I still believe, I mean, it's not going to last forever. I don't see this guy playing 15, 16, 17 years and playing two-way the entire way.
Yeah, too difficult.
I think at some point the pitching will take a back seat. Obviously not anytime soon, but I think this is also a way. Keep in mind, the Dodgers have buku people they could put in at DH. They're going to be suffering a whole lot. And especially if they want to focus on a very important game where Ohtani can put all of his energies on getting outs. Dodgers will be fine.
We talked about it a bit earlier. Greg Sankey reiterating his preference for a 16-team field yesterday, saying 16 is the right next step. So go ahead and make your call. Is this thing moving to 16 or 24 next, and when?
It's going to move to 24 by 2028. It won't happen this next year.
Left.
It won't happen this. They won't make the decision by the end of this year, but they'll do it after that.
John, I think I agree with you, and I think I agree with you on the exact timeline of everything. I think you're right. I think it happens within the next couple of years. I think we have this year, and they still haven't made a decision. We go into 2027. They make the decision before December 1st. It happens for 2028. And we all love the 12-team playoff the next couple of years, and we're all very sad.
In our token last night in the NBA playoff segment.
Oh, awesome.
We're going to have this for the next 9 months, so buckle in.
Just 2.
The Thunder beat the Suns 120-107 to take a 2-0 series lead in a series scheduled to last until July.
Wrong.
But in the loss, Jalen Williams went down with a hamstring injury. How could this impact the rest of the series and the postseason for OKC?
Won't impact the rest of the series. They're going to be fine. They'll take out the Suns. I honestly think that they're also going to be fine in round 2 because they're most likely going to play the Lakers. And no. Now I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, they'll play the Lakers. Right? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the seeds right now. They'll play the Lakers. And so I think that they'll be fine there. It's about the later part of the playoffs where I think things get a really, really interesting for him with Williams being out.
By the way, it's a grade 1 hamstring. He will be reevaluated weekly, which means he's probably going to be out for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least miss, obviously, the rest of this series, probably the entirety of the next one.
The thing that's good about it, though, is that going back to, and I was correct, it is indeed the Lakers and the Rockets. They avoid the Nuggets, they avoid the T-Wolves, they avoid the Spurs until the conference finals. So as long as he's back by then, I think that they, obviously have a really good chance. They're also a really deep team. So I think
they're
they're
a very
gonna be
deep
okay.
team. By the way, he missed more than half the season.
He did. He barely played this year.
And Oklahoma City was 39-10 when they didn't have him. So I don't think this is going to have a terrible impact. They're already used to playing without him.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
The Suns also hated the officiating, with Devin Booker calling out referee James Williams by name, suggesting that fans will start viewing this as WWE if they're not held responsible. Crying foul or foul crying?
Well, as someone who often calls out the officials for their poor officiating, yes, it would be nice if more officials were held responsible. Now, I didn't see any of the particular calls that got Devin Booker all riled up, but as we know, Oklahoma City has been accused of getting a lot of favoritism when it comes to foul calls.
They have, because they're foul baiting. It's very upsetting.
Will fans start viewing this as WWE? Probably not.
No, if you think that the NBA is rigged, you already think the NBA is rigged.
Sure.
I don't think that this series is going to be the thing where people are like, whoa, the Thunder beat the Suns, the 1 seed won. The NBA is rigged against them. Like, no, give me a break. If you think it's already rigged, this isn't going to, change your mind, and vice versa.
Earlier today, the Illinois House voted 78-32 to approve the mega projects bill that could clear the way for the Chicago Bears to build a new dome stadium in Arlington Heights. Said Brendan Moore, a major sign of progress, but hurdles remain. The bill goes to the Senate, where it will likely be amended. The Bears aren't moving to Indiana?
It sadly does not seem to be the case. I was really hoping that Indiana could have 2 NFL teams. I think that that state deserves 2 NFL teams. They would have done a great job supporting the Bears.
The pendulum of momentum has shifted back in favor of the side of Illinois, but I am not willing to declare the Gary Bears dead just yet. It is Illinois. Politicians will politician. And they will find a way to screw this up.
Think so?
I'm not saying they're going to move, but it is not a done deal. There's a long ways to go.
Suggestions have been made by President T to replace Iran in the World Cup with Italy, who didn't qualify.
Oh.
But the Italian team president refused, saying, "Qualifying is earned on the pitch." Is this a noble gesture by Italy to not accept a gift invite?
I don't even know if they would do this. Would they?
I don't think that
I mean-
Trump can strong
Well, no,
arm
no,
the
I'm not
He
saying-
won the
Or
FIFA
FIFA.
Peace Prize.
He did.
He could do
Oh
whatever.
yeah, I
I
guess
think.
maybe he could.
I guess
strong
that
arm
does
him.
get. I guess that does give you some powers in FIFA, and we all know FIFA is a corrupt international sports organization. So why not? I will say this in all seriousness: good on the Italians for not saying we're not going to accept gifts, especially a team, a proud country
they've
like
won it.
Italy. They won the World Cup the last time it was in America.
Yeah,
And then they celebrated with a spicy meatball.
Good job by you, Italy. I'm going to have some Italian food tomorrow night in your honor. I was actually going to have it anyway, but now I'll do it with pride. Say, this vodka pasta is in honor of the Italian soccer team not being in the World Cup this year. Good job by them. By the way, Baymon says that SGA is the tush push of the NBA. Excellent comparison.
Nice.
By the way, keeping Iran in the World Cup would be good because it'll give all you libs someone to root for.
Why would I root for them?
For Iran?
I'm rooting for America, John. Go
Oh.
USA. Are you rooting for America?
I
You always get so hot and bothered during hockey season.
don't care.
Oh, interesting.
I don't care.
So, like, what was the magazine or website that really pissed you off in February?
No,
When they were like, I'm not proud to root for America right now. And yet you're doing the same thing with soccer. Very interesting.
yeah, but I'm not rooting against. I just don't care. It's soccer.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, and finally, here's another splash headline from the New York Post. Legendary Spanish matador can't eat, sleep, and suffered immense pain from gruesome rectal goring injury. His name? Dan Patrick.
No.
That was a joke. I'm joking.
Man.
But what's for dinner?
That's in our next segment, Nick.
Shish kebabs, apparently.
Man, that is nasty. That is
Okay,
nasty.
so let's rank. Tier list of places you least want to get skewered. Go.
I mean, in
the heart, because you die.
Nah, but that might be the best because then at least you don't really feel the pain.
Yeah, then you die.
I think it's got to be your Johnsonville bratwurst area.
Yeah.
That would be terrible. I don't even know how you go to the bathroom. I mean, I don't know how you go to the bathroom after this situation either. I cannot imagine participating in this sport. I don't understand the purpose of it.
Tradition.
I guess, but people use tradition to make a lot of arguments in the past, Nick, that I disagree with.
Do you think matadors get CTE at a higher or lower rate than NFL players?
I think they get a different thing.
Oh, gourd.
Well, yeah, they get.
How do you poop?
Gourd in the butt.
What's that
I think
like?
it would make a noise at all, actually.
This would definitely.
Splash.
This
Sound
kind
like
of
when you dump out the cooler
injury
outside.
would definitely make me rethink my career choices.
Yeah, that would be the thing where you're like,
Yes.
you know what? I think I might retire now. I think I might retire.
Well, we will discuss what's for dinner coming up next
Lovely.
on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death.
I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
So last night at the Omaha Design Center, we had the Creighton postseason basketball banquet.
How'd it go?
Very nice. We had a surprise presentation to Mac. He won a very prestigious award.
It's a major award.
It's called the St. George Award. It is given out nationally.
Oh, wow.
By
What's it
the
for?
American Cancer Society for service of, cancer research, cancer fundraising, whatnot. Obviously, Mac and everything he's done with the Pink Out game and creating all of that. He was genuinely surprised and I think moved by the award. It was exactly what I guessed. Salad with some pecans and a nice vinaigrette.
Ooh.
Beef tenderloin skewers. Kind of like the dude who just got skewered, in the bullfighting. Chicken breast.
My BH is gone.
Potatoes. And there was fighting at our table over, there was like 2 different desserts. There was like I want to say it was a chocolate mousse cake.
Oh, they're going to say a chocolate Mr. H.
No, or apple pie.
Why would that be there?
Well, we talked about
I
it.
had the apple pie. It was delish.
Bummer. What's tonight?
Don't know.
We are having chicken katsu, which I've never had before, steamed rice, Hawaiian macaroni salad, and cucumber salad.
Sounds good and fresh.
It does. She's cooking it right now.
Hawaiian macaroni salad? What's a Hawaiian macaroni
there's
salad
pineapple in
versus a regular macaroni salad?
I don't know the exact.
Or is this just like adding a name to it to make it sound more
No, it's
interesting?
definitely different. It's like it's a colder mac and cheese, if I remember right.
Well,
let's see. I'll read the ingredients. It's like, God, I hate
macaroni salad usually isn't macaroni and cheese.
So it involves macaroni, vinegar, carrots, shredded onion, mayonnaise, milk, sugar, salt, pepper. I don't know. It looks good. It was.
It sounds like a macaroni salad,
but it's Hawaiian macaroni salad.
It
John.
does just sound like macaroni salad.
Yeah, there's nothing in there.
Well, it's cold though. You eat it cold.
No, but that's
macaroni salad is cold.
That's
Well,
just
it's
like what
Hawaiian
you get at
macaroni
a
salad.
church potluck.
Okay, I don't know, guys. I'm just gonna eat the food.
This is like when you add like it's not a death match, it's a Texas death match. Makes it sound more intimidating. This is trying to make it sound more exotic when it's actually just a regular old macaroni salad. I'm sure it's good because your wife's making it.
Correct. She's awesome.
But why don't they call it like a Seward macaroni
I'll
salad?
ask her when I get home. I'll say, what makes this Hawaiian?
See, and when I hear Hawaiian, I assume there's like pineapple in there.
Well, you're an idiot.
Why don't you call it a Douglas County macaroni salad?
Because it's Hawaiian. I don't know. She's the cook.
Well,
You
it's
can
being made in Douglas County.
Again, I'll give you the. That's true.
Go bigger. Call it the Mars.
I will.
Macaroni salad.
When I get home, I'll find out what's going on with this Hawaii stuff.
How about it called a Biloxi, Mississippi casino macaroni salad?
That is where we would be together and just us two.
Nice.
Unless our friends are there in the photo as well.
Last night I mowed the lawn because we really needed it.
What does that have to do with dinner?
I'm getting there. And after a long hour and a half or so of mowing.
Holy crap, your lawn is huge.
Yeah. I felt like a burger. So I got a cheeseburger, a butter burger from Culver's, and it hit with a big root beer.
Welcome to Delicious.
It was so good.
Bruce loves Culver's.
Oh, I do too.
I
don't know
like
about
Culver's. I just don't like their commercials.
Welcome to Delicious.
Is tonight the night the family dinner?
It was supposed to be, but that's not working out. So
okay. The next time I see Nick, he will be almost married.
It's true.
He'll be. Do you think? Oh, in predictions, are we doing predictions tomorrow?
Yes.
Will Nick cry at the wedding? Put that on the board.
Well, but then we got to define.
Is there something wrong with a guy crying at a
No,
wedding?
it's just a fun prop bet for weddings. I love doing it for weddings.
Well, yeah, but then we got to make sure we can define did he or did he not, and what parameters are we talking about? I mean, if we're talking just during the ceremony, or if it's the entire event. Because if it's the entire event, I mean, Nick could easily cry when he finds out that he can't go inside and play video games.
Sure, I'm just saying again, the wedding. We're talking about the wedding.
Let me go play video games. You're already a ball and chain.
Kenneth says
old do
yes
you
is
think I
minus 100,000. Yeah, I think that we're all in agreement there. That it's okay. So maybe we don't put that on there.
Maybe the
because
prop
it's so
bet should
obvious.
be if she cries.
Oh, that's a good call.
Because when they
she's sad.
because when they finally lift the veil on
Oh
Nick's
no!
face, oh my God!
Yeah, because we haven't told anybody this, but Nick and his fiance actually have never seen each other. They don't even know what each other looks like. It's a fun game. It's like Love is Blind or whatever that show is called.
Yeah. My veil is beautiful, by the way. How dare you?
No, I'm saying the veil might be fine. It's just exposing your ugly face.
Levi in Colorado says, did Nick cry at your wedding, Josh? No, Nick didn't come to mine. Neither did John.
Nobody
Neither
was
of
at
them...
your wedding.
No,
except for Dave and those two random sunbathers.
Okay, well, they didn't. Neither of you guys came to my party.
But that wasn't a wedding.
It was my mom's birthday.
What was your excuse? You were sick or some garbage?
No, I threw on my back.
Oh my gosh, you're 100 years old. Can't believe you guys missed that. Unreal. I'm feeling a little under the weather.
I can't believe you didn't invite us to the mountains to see you get married on.
I would have loved to hang out
with a mountain.
I would have loved to hang out with Dave.
Yeah, it was great to see him.
I can't believe your wife's trying to swindle you and make your dinner sound fancy by calling it a Hawaiian macaroni salad when it sounds very much just like a normal macaroni salad.
Last night I had a Hawaiian burger from Culver's, John.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would it have anything Hawaiian on it?
It was 2 patties and some cheese and onion.
Can't believe you guys are being critical of her.
That definitely sounds like a Hawaiian cheeseburger.
We're not being critical of her. I'm being critical of this recipe.
This is amazing. Well, I just Googled Hawaiian. I don't know the recipe that she used. I just searched it because I didn't know the ingredients.
So you did this. You're the reason we're.
No, you guys are the idiots.
You didn't even look up the right recipe.
Well, because I just clicked a link. What makes? Okay, here we go. What makes Hawaiian macaroni salad Hawaiian? Unlike its Anglo counterpart, that means white. Hawaiian mac salad tends to shun vinegar and mustard. It eschews sugar and MSG, favoring best foods. Mayonnaise. So it's because it has mayonnaise in it, apparently.
So it has Miracle Whip.
Regular macaroni salad has mayonnaise in it.
I don't know. I'm just reading Google. I have no idea.
Well, either way, enjoy your San
Thank
Bernardino macaroni salad.
Again, you guys, next time she sees you, she'll probably punch you in the face.
I have nothing against her.
This is nothing about her.
Then be mad at Google. I'm just reading the links.
I think there is a possibility you might be getting swindled here. You might be getting sold a bill of good.
Baymon wants to know, Nick, what are the wedding party gifts? Does your party know?
Yeah, I gave them to him at our bachelor party.
What'd you give him?
Got him Timex watches.
Were they Hawaiian Timex watches?
They were, John. How did you know?
Wow! How exotic!
We're gonna have Hawaiian tacos at the wedding, by the way, for food.
Ooh, what's in them?
Birria.
And what else?
Beef and chicken.
Wow, that sounds so Hawaiian.
You guys are idiots. I am surrounded by absolute morons. The biggest pinheads.
You know what I'm looking forward to tonight? I'm looking forward to watching the Hawaiian NFL draft. It sounds so much more exotic.
I can't wait to find out, because what is macaroni salad?
Have you not been to a church potluck?
Have you never had macaroni salad?
No, because I'm always like, I'm okay. I'll eat the other stuff.
It's that salad you see. That they were at Anyway, salad bars have them.
Yeah.
It's like that mac and cheese, or just mac, and then it's like that white sauce.
Yeah.
On the mac.
Well,
it's like celery. It's mac salad.
Just think of potato salad, but replace potato with macaroni.
I usually don't get it.
Because it's it's the usual.
I haven't been to one of those potlucks in forever. I mean,
usually
the
it's
only
got
potlucks I'd go to.
Usually it's got obviously the mayo, which is a base. And then maybe some cheese, cubes of cheese, some chopped up celery, maybe some olives, maybe.
Okay.
Or onion.
So here we go. In Hawaii, this is on Wikipedia. In Hawaii, macaroni salad is a popular staple in plate lunches and is traditionally made with grated onion and macaroni cooked until very soft.
Oh, in other words, just like normal macaroni salad.
I have no idea. This isn't my meal. This is her meal. But I'm excited either way.
Is the marathon you're running in a regular marathon or a Hawaiian marathon?
Damn it. How did this happen? How am I getting bullied about macaroni?
Because I asked a simple question.
And I don't have the answer.
You're the one that said I'm having Hawaiian marathon. And then I asked you a question.
I say,
and
what
you
do we
answered.
have?
I said, sounds like normal macaroni salad.
I say, hey, dear, what are we having? And she tells me, and I said, sounds great to me. And I don't ask any questions. But I will ask tonight for the two biggest
She could have
idiots.
said it's a Plattsmouth macaroni salad. Oh, it sounds great to me.
I mean, I'd probably be a little concerned if it was Plattsmouth. No offense.
How about a Western Nebraska macaroni salad?
Now, that's great because I love our Western Nebraska friends listening on 97.7.
Well, coming up tomorrow, Kendall Rogers is going to join me. We got
Nice.
Kent's Movie Club. Josh will be gone.
See you later.
We'll be at the baseball park for a baseball game
Baseball.
Oh, man, I'm missing out.
and a recap of the NFL draft. The Hawaiian